Ladies and gentlemen, the event is going to start shortly, so please be seated. Morning, distinguished guests, excellencies, members of diplomatic communities, esteemed professors and researchers, and ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 12th Education ODA Conference, hosted by the Ministry of Education and organized by the National Research Funding of Korea and Sookmyung Women's University. Well, I am Professor Kim Soo-won from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, and I welcome you again, especially those who participated on the spot in person, as well as those who are online. This event is being streamed on YouTube now. Well, recently, I came across an estimation showing that current workers in emerging market and developing economies achieve slightly above 50% of its productivity they would have if they were fully nutritioned and fully educated. It was a World Economic Outlook by the World Bank of this year. And the same organization also published an article last year about nearly half of potential labor forces are underemployed or unemployed. I think these two estimates are very well connected to today's event that we are here. Today, we are going to talk about the nexus of basic education, vocational training, and higher education, which is very important, not just for our well-being, but also for the technological advancement and innovations. And we Koreans know it very well, the importance of education. Korea went through the 1960s with labor-intensive industry, and the 1970s with capital-intensive industry, and the 1980s on with knowledge-based technology industry made Korea to be here. And on that note, I'm very honored to become the master of this event, that we are going to talk about this important nexus of education and technological innovation, which could lead us to the well-being of the whole global society. On that note, please allow me to invite our first speaker, Dr. Park Sung-min. Dr. Park Sung-min is going to give us opening remarks, and if I can just introduce him just a bit. Dr. Park Sung-min is a Deputy Minister of Planning and Coordination at the Ministry of Education. He also served as a Deputy Director of the Task Force for the Normalization of History Education. And he also served the Director General for Education Safety and Information under Ministry of Education. And he also had an international experience. He served at the World Bank in a field which are very important, such as school policy, higher education management, and education governance. Now, please join me in welcoming Dr. Park Sung-min for his opening remarks.
Good morning. It is my great pleasure to meet you all. I'm Park Sung-min, Deputy Minister of Planning and Cooperation at the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Korea. This year marks the 12th anniversary of the Education ODA Conference, which first began in 2014. First and foremost, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to His Excellency Nurgali Arstanov, Ambassador of the Republic of Kazakhstan to the Republic of Korea, for delivering congratulatory remarks despite his busy schedule. I also express my sincere appreciation to Professor Joan Dzager of the University of Minnesota for delivering the keynote speech. A warm welcome to the presenters who have dedicated their valuable time to this event, and all the distinguished guests attending both in person and online. Furthermore, I would like to offer my sincere thanks to President Hong Won-ah of the National Research Foundation of Korea, President Moon Si-yeon of Sookmyung Women's University, and all the officials who have worked tirelessly to organize today's event. We have gathered here today under the theme ODA in Education for Future Generation, paving the way for global education and cooperation. Our goal is to share the achievements of the Education ODA projects to explore directions for future development. This event serves as a valuable opportunity for future expand education horizons for future generations and to reflect upon the importance of global education cooperation. It is especially meaningful as it takes place during Development Cooperation Week, which commemorates the Republic of Korea's accession to the OECD Development Assistance Committee in 2009. Today, Korea's culture, including K-pop and K-drama, is capturing the heart of people around the world. In parallel, Korea's Education ODA is also gaining significant attention on the global stage. I believe that this innovative energy will breathe new inspiration in the global education environment and serve as a driving force to open a future where we grow together. Building upon Korea's experience of achieving rapid economic development and democracy through education, we are conducting diverse education ODA projects that cover the entire life cycle, from primary and secondary education to higher education and vocational training, while sharing our creativity and passion. In the area of primary and secondary education, we are integrating digital technologies into education through initiatives such as Digital Education Globalization Projects and the Bridge program by ensuring that no one is left behind and that everyone can fully enjoy equitable education opportunities. In higher education, we are contributing to the development of partners countries by utilizing our development experience and know-how through the UNESCO UniTwin and the Leading University Project for International Cooperation. In particular, the Global Korea Scholarship, GKS, which invites outstanding international talent to pursue degrees in Korea, is currently focusing on fostering talent in science and engineering to align with the era of the AI transformation. In the field of vocational education, we have strengthened the technical and vocational education and training program systems in Africa and ASEAN countries through the BEAR 3 project and the ASEAN Plus 6 vocational education. We remain committed to providing tailored support to partners' needs. In addition, we are implementing the Overseer Teachers Dispatch project to enable Korea's younger generation to actively advance in the field of global development cooperation. I would like to take this opportunity to express my deepest respect for the dedication and passion of all those who have striving for global education advancement through Education ODA. I look forward to hearing your valuable experience and insights from the field. Looking ahead, the Minister of Education will continue to strengthen our cooperation with the international community and strive to lead global development through education. It is my sincere hope that this conference serves as an important turning point in paving the way to sustainable growth and meaningful shared prosperity for future generations. I wish all of you today good health and continued success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Deputy Minister Park Sang-min, for your opening remarks highlighting Korea's role in education development cooperation with the cases of breaches and its role particularly in digital education. And now, we are moving on to our welcoming remarks. Welcoming remarks is going to be delivered by President Moon Si-yeon of Sookmyung Women's University. President Moon Si-yeon is currently serving the 21st president of the university, and she also served as the director of Institute of Korea Cultural Exchange and the director of the Central Library at Sookmyung Women's University. She's been honored with France's two very important orders, including Ordre de Palme Académique. And please join me in welcoming President Moon Si-yeon.
Distinguished guests, excellencies, members of the diplomatic community, esteemed professors, and researchers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great honor and privilege to welcome you to the 12th International Conference on Education and ODA. I'm Si-yeon Moon, president of Sookmyung Women's University. We gather at a pivotal moment in history to reflect on the transformative role of education in shaping a sustainable future. As we confront rapid technological innovation, digital transition, the climate crisis, and shifting global dynamics, the responsibility entrusted to us has never been greater. This year's theme, ODA in Education for Future Generations, Paving the Way for Global Educational Cooperation, captures both the urgency of the present and the promise of a shared future. Education has long been one of the most enduring forces for human progress. It empowers individuals, strengthens communities, and serves as a foundation for resilience, equity, and sustainable development. Educational ODA plays a critical role in building bridges across borders and ensuring that knowledge, opportunity, and hope are not limited by geography or circumstance. I trust that today's discussions will lead to concrete actions and lasting partnerships that genuinely benefit learners and communities around the world. Building on our long-standing tradition of women's education, Sookmyung Women's University will continue to champion global educational cooperation in close collaboration with the Ministry of Education, the National Research Foundation of Korea, and our international partners. We remain deeply committed to advancing education that empowers individuals, connects societies, and fosters shared prosperity. Distinguished guests and participants, your insight and dedication will be the driving force shaping the future of education and international cooperation. I wish the 12th International Conference on Education ODA every success, and I extend my warmest wishes for your health, peace, and continued inspiration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Moon Si-yeon. She called for more concrete action and partnership in the field of education ODA, and we appreciate the role of building concrete partnership and concrete action and partnership, particularly to the Ministry of Education and Sookmyung Women's University. Well, now we are going to move on to the congratulatory remarks. Our congratulatory remarks is going to be delivered by His Excellency Nurgali Aristanov. His Excellency Aristanov has been serving in a number of key positions, including Pakistan, India, and United States, and currently he is with us. in Korea. He also is a PhD holder in geology. And now, please join me in welcoming Dr. Ambassador Nurugali Aristanov.
여러분 안녕하십니까? 만나서 반갑습니다. 참석해 주셔서 감사합니다. Well, dear Mr. Sung-min Park, Deputy Minister of Education, dear Madam Si-Yoon In Moon, President of Sookmyung Women's University, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor and privilege for me to be here among such an august gathering of scholars and professionals on education. And I like to be here because education is very important for all of us. Learning is everything. We learn every day, and we will never stop learning because it's the key to fulfill yourself and deliver many results for yourself and for your society, for your nation. I'm happy to be serving here in Korea, and this is one of the rarest occasions where we can promote international friendship, cooperation through education and through science and many other means. And also today's topic is very important, ODA in education for future generations. Korea, better than anybody else, any other country knows the importance of ODA because it was transformed from ODA receiver and beneficiary into ODA donor. So Korea knows the importance of giving back to the society, and now Korea is focusing on giving back to the international societies and international community, of course selectively given the limited resources, but I wanted to ask the Korean authorities and the Ministry of Education also pay closer attention, of course, to Central Asian countries, and we have among us many diplomats from Central Asian countries. It's Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan. So these 5 countries are very important, very close. It just takes 5 to 6 hours, sometimes 7 hours of flight, direct flights we have. And it's also we have Korea in Korea Saram in big communities in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, so in our part of the world. And it's very close countries that we have to Korea. And in case of Kazakhstan, we are positioning ourselves and as middle power. It means that we run the multi-vector foreign policy and trying to influence the world agenda and focusing on many issues, also in education. My president, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, while addressing the nation, that came up with a great initiative to put AI in the center of governmental economic policy. And AI is everywhere in education and also in building the economy, and we have created Ministry of AI and Digital Development. In the past, we just had the Minister of ICT, now we given the name of AI so that we are better focusing on AI. And we have AI SANA program, which trains over 100,000 students in artificial intelligence. So it means that we are focusing on AI, and the best technologies in the world are, of course, in the United States, here in Korea, and my Minister of Science and Higher Education frequently visits Korea at least twice a year. So usually the ministers, they go once a year to one particular country, but he comes here twice a year. So he meets with his counterparts, of course, and he's very happy to meet with the presidents of universities. Please, next time, of course, when he comes, I'll be happy to introduce him to many presidents of the universities who are present here. And also, we have Bolashak Scholarship Program in Kazakhstan. Bolashak means future, and it is benefiting our best talents so that they can study overseas on the full government scholarship, including meals, including the air travel, stay, and many other, even the expense for the books. It's a 100% fully covered by the government of Kazakhstan program. And as we focus on AI, of course, before it was digital development, we have achieved a decent amount of progress, and Kazakhstan has become global top 10 on UN Online Services Index, alongside Korea, Estonia, and Denmark. And also on UN e-Government Development Index 2024, Kazakhstan has become number 24 country in the world in terms of digital development. So things are running fast and developing fast, and we're happy to receive such a recognition from the UN, but we are not going to stop there, and there's a great partner and inspiration for us, which is Korea, and we'd like to learn from Korea and work together with Korea, and we act bold, because our Kazakhstan's motto right now is born bold. Born bold means not only born bold, but also act bold with ambitious plans and be proactive and work together for the better benefit of common goal and common benefit for the world, and be a factor in promoting education and international cooperation. So I think this kind of a gathering is important to bring together and inspire future leaders, and of course through education we can achieve many things. So I'm happy to be part of this and congratulate the organizers of this event on the successful event, and I'll be happy to be engaging and discussing many things with you during this conference. I'll be happy to work together and discuss openings and new opportunities and new horizons for bilateral cooperation between Kazakhstan and Korea. And also, don't forget Central Asia. Central Asia is very close to Korea, and in fact, next year we're going to have C5+K summit where all presidents are going to come, so it's going to be the year of Central Asia next year. Thank you so much. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Dr. Ambassador Aristanov, especially for your remarks with experiences on the ground. Well, our three distinguished speakers in the morning commonly pointed out the importance of connecting basic education and higher education in relation to job creation and employment. And I think today's event with the three sessions are reflecting the influence of the three nexus. Well, on that note, before we get started with our keynote and the three sessions, may I please invite the VIPs of today's event for a ceremonial photo-taking event? Thank you. So Dr. Deputy Minister Park, President Moon Shi-yeon, and Dr. Ambassador Aristanov, please come forward for taking photos. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now we are taking another round of photos with members of embassies and all chairs and speakers of today's event. Please come forward for taking photos, please. All chairs and moderators and speakers. Done? Okay, good, it's done. Thank you all. And now we can all go back to our seats. And now this is my honor to introduce you our keynote speaker, Professor Joan de Jager. And Professor Joan de Jager is a distinguished international professor at the University of Minnesota and co-chair of the UNESCO Chair in Education, Equity, and Well-being. Her research and her teaching is particularly centered around the role of education in equity, citizenship, and social change. She is also serving as a co-leader in a research partnership with a global partnership for education and Oxfam in Denmark. Please join me in welcoming Professor Joan de Jager.
Good morning, and thank you so much for that introduction and for this wonderful invitation to join your conference and present this keynote address. In particular, I'd like to thank Sookmyung University and the Institute of Global Governance and Professor Choi for this invitation. And I'd also like to recognize the Ministry of Education and the National Research Foundation of Korea for co-hosting this important conference. And thank you to all of you as guests and attendees, both in person and online, for attending this very important conference. You will note that my title of this keynote presentation is actually different than what might be in the program, because as you work on your ideas for a presentation, you come to new kinds of ideas and conceptualizations. And so I not only wanted to talk about sort of enhancing the quality of ODA in education, but I want to really talk about the importance of reimagining ODA and education in a changing world. As researchers, educators, practitioners, and policymakers in education, we sit at an important fulcrum. We produce the knowledge and make decisions about educational policy and practice that can be used to ensure better educational futures for children and for teachers, for communities and for countries. But we are often, in educational practice and policy, caught up in immediate problems. And yet the knowledge we produce is greater than knowing exactly what works. So those of us, particularly in higher education institutions, are also pivotal for producing knowledge that affects all areas of society, from healthcare and medicine to innovation and engineering, to biological and environmental systems, and social and political systems. So in this keynote, I will make an argument that there is a critical role we have as educators and researchers to reimagine development and the role of higher education in addressing the wicked problems that are producing a polycrisis in our world today. So with that, I'd like to have this keynote in 3 parts. Could I have the next slide, please? Oh, right here, this one, thank you. Okay. So I will start first with speaking about the reasons for reimagining development in ODA and the role of education in either contributing to or transforming these polycrises. I also want to briefly, one cannot stand here and talk about development today without really addressing the changes that are happening underway in our global institutions, relations, and commitments. And I want to talk particularly to the importance of creating partnerships and commitments to global public goods. I will then offer up some implications for reimagining development and these partnerships for higher education in setting research agendas and creating learning agendas related to ODA. And finally, I want to briefly talk about an example that illustrates a shared and transdisciplinary approach to knowledge creation about education systems as responding to or being resilient to these kinds of crises. So this is a particularly challenging time, I think, to transform education and to address the sort of interconnected, wicked problems facing us today. In a recent article from this last year, Lawrence et al., a group of colleagues from Canada and the UK or Europe, recently referred to our current situation as a polycrisis. Some others often refer to it as we're in the case of multiple pandemics. But a polycrisis, and they were not just using this as a metaphor, they're using this as a way to address a research agenda. A polycrisis is when there are interactions between systems, and when triggers and stressors push the equilibrium in those systems into a volatile and harmful disequilibrium. These entanglements degrade humanity's prospects in our present and our future. And they use this example of we may have a crisis, for example, in health, as we did during the global pandemic, but that crisis in health systems then in turn affected crises in our economy or in our transportation systems and in our governance. And when those interactions among those different systems occur, we create what's called a polycrisis. So they talk about climate change or health pandemics and wars have been interacting such that they actually have shifted the political and social equilibrium in our societies, and our global systems are being challenged to respond and take social action. But you can see in this diagram and from their paper the different systems that are interacting, but yet education is not on this diagram. It's not present in their analysis. And often public discourses and scholarly literature that discuss a polycrisis do not refer to the critical role of education in either affecting or transforming these problems. In fact, even at the global level, in a recent article by UNESCO, climate change goals, strategies, and funding are not often integrated with education goals or curricula or practices. Too often, policymakers, funders, and practitioners operate as if these systems are not interacting or if they're a zero-sum game, as in the examples for aid to health. Health has actually increased during the pandemic and remains higher than that to education. Yet the integration of education and health interventions are critical. So I want to posit that education and educators are, as I said, not part of this system, but how we educate, the knowledge, the values, the attitudes that we create can sometimes tip these systems either into crisis or towards flourishing. We also need to consider the confusion, the considerable confusion and big shifts that are occurring in international institutional support and relations for education. Competing ideologies such that are creating new economic and political relations among bilateral and regional governments are shifting, such as here in Asia with the emergence of a Trans-Pacific Partnership and then changes and shifts to those kinds of partnerships as different governments come into power. Nationalism, particularly in my own country of the US, but also many other countries, is affecting support for global institutions and commitments to education aid specifically. My own country has pulled out of UNESCO. They are reducing aid to education. Yet I stand here as a recently appointed UNESCO chair. So I will speak to those kind of contradictions and why we need to be reimagining education and development. Whether intentionally or as part of the entanglements of these different systems, new international alignments are emerging. In particular, we see the rise of private donors and for-profit corporations moving into public spaces and goods, creating markets and, in turn, inequalities to these goods. How these will affect public education is a critical question for us to continue to ask. And I should note in the prior slide showing those systems that interact, at the heart of some of the crisis is inequality in all of those systems. That's at the heart of our crisis. For instance, we have now new coordinated financing mechanisms. The financing of education systems globally has been stagnant, and the proportion of education is actually a lower percentage of ODA, even while education is recognized as the backbone to all the SDGs, as well as to national and other global priorities. And gratefully, Korea continues to be the 9th largest contributor to ODA, and yet in ODA, higher education tends to be the most funded, followed by basic education and then secondary education, to which Korea actually gives a considerable amount. So this slide shows how that decline in ODA to education has actually occurred or stayed stagnant over the last few years. So that's the larger context that we are sitting in, is this global sort of poly-crisis and a decline in actually contributions and financing to education. So I want to turn now to really what are the purposes of ODA? If we were to reimagine it and act on it differently, what are the purposes? And how are they connected to education? ODA is commonly described as having 3 main purposes, though these purposes are largely intertwined. Primary among them, and the longest term purpose, has often been poverty reduction, right? Developing human capital, income and economic growth, and education, of course, is central to achieving that growth. But this is a dominant approach to the education for the development of human capital. Yet, this relationship between education completion, income, and growth has not always been linear, nor is it even strong in some societies. This approach has also been associated with providing resources and building assets, things like schools and textbooks, but these forms of aid are limited in addressing the interconnected and systemic issues of poverty, the ones that if we look at a systems approach that I was showing you in my prior slide, by just intervening in these sorts of material ways, we cannot always interrupt some of these crises. Another purpose, of course, is humanitarianism, a direct response, actually, to crises. But humanitarian disasters are often interwoven with poverty or exacerbated by them, and particularly inequalities within nation states and also between them. For instance, climate disasters, while affected by global climate change, are also impacted by inadequate political responses and exacerbated by economic inequalities. And in 2024 alone, 242 million children were out of school at some point due to climate disasters. And we need to understand how these kinds of systems are affecting our education. The humanitarian response is to address immediate needs, providing public buildings, water, shelter, etc. But the literature on emergencies in education is clear that education systems also play a role not only in preventing, but also mitigating future disasters. So we need to be thinking not only about the basic needs, but also the long-term role of education. And finally, a growing area for ODA is public goods, global public goods, or the common goods. These are goods that all people enjoy regardless of location and citizenship. The most common among them is our access to good water and a healthy climate, peace. Here, climate change has become a key focus of global public funding, but again, these global goods are intertwined with humanitarianism and poverty reduction, even if these are often seen as problems to address within nation states. But a global public good focus requires us to think about aid and education beyond nation states. And the connection and attention among these purposes of aid require us to reframe aid not only as development of a country, but of creating greater equality, solidarity, and sustainability of our world, and addressing these kind of crises that I talked about in my first slide. So a key purpose of education, and here I want to quote from Amartya Sen, if we are to think about education as a foundation to a shared humanity, and he said this in a talk over 20 years ago in the United Kingdom, he said, human history becomes more and more a race between education and catastrophe. If we are to continue to leave vast sections of the people of the world outside the orbit of education, we make the world not only less just, but also less secure. And I think that is important for us to be thinking about how do we reimagine purposes of education and development. I'm going to briefly turn to them. How do we think about the reimagining of global institutions, which are changing as we speak in many cases, both the institutional changes and relations. Much of the change to political and economic relations has resulted in new partnerships, such as the Trans-Pacific Partnership I was referring to, or new U.S. alignments with Japan, the Republic of Korea, or with Australia. But these partnerships are primarily for economic and security reasons. So what does a partnership look like if education is also included at its core? Partnerships have been used in development in the aid world for decades now, and the shift has been toward public-private partnerships as well as towards forms of investment. But because education is a global public good, what is the role of education, especially when more private actors are engaging in the aid and education space? And what do partnerships look like if they're based on, rather than those private interests and notions, based on principles of a global public good or human dignity, solidarity, and justice? And here I want to just briefly mention, I think, the role of the Global Partnership for Education, the largest funder of education in the world, of which I work on 2 research projects with them. But they, I think, take a very interesting approach to aid mechanism. They're guided by principles of justice. They're focused on the development of civil society and education and government partnerships, and they have a learning agenda. And I want to speak to that's an important role for us as educators and as researchers in higher education. I'll return to this in the end of my talk. So what is the future then of education if we are to reimagine not only development and ODA, but what education's role is in that? So we need to also then rethink the purposes of education to address these polycrises and promote the solidarity in institutional relations so that our knowledge production and sharing can foster greater equality and sustainability, as I said. And here I think the quote from the UNESCO report on reimagining our futures together, of which many of you in Korea are very familiar with this report, says this very well. Education must aim to unite us around collective endeavors and provide the knowledge, science, and innovation needed to shape sustainable futures for all, anchored in social, economic, and environmental justice. It must redress these past injustices while preparing us for environmental, technological, and social changes on the horizon. So we're not just talking about social change and technological change, but how does that technological change advance justice? So why higher education then, and how is it important for these purposes of ODA? And while others will speak to basic education and secondary education and technical education, I want to speak primarily to higher education in its relationship to all these other sectors of education. If we are to produce knowledge and address polycrisis that promotes freedom of thought and solidarity, then we need to do this through greater knowledge sharing and transdisciplinary knowledge production. We need to promote epistemic pluralism, which means that knowledge from all perspectives, not only scholarly disciplines, but also everyday ways of living and knowing, are promoted and shared to address these wicked problems. This includes those who are most affected by a problem in addressing their own concerns, to give people recognition and participation and ownership of their own solutions. And that's what I mean by transdisciplinary. It's not just within higher education institutions, but it's also in our public domain. Higher ed is also a space for critical inquiry. It is one of these spaces that is most autonomous for critical inquiry, where old ideas can be reflected on and sometimes challenged, and where new ideas can be fostered. And finally, higher education has a mission to be engaged in producing knowledge for public use. That includes being engaged with governments, not at their service, but to actually set research and learning agendas, to bring new research to practice and to affect policy processes. And yet, higher education in many countries is constrained by government. And in my own, it's under attack or is disconnected from these global public goods missions. So I want to briefly give an example to illustrate this kind of more a partnership that I think is driven by a commitment to justice, solidarity, but also a knowledge and learning agenda. And this is my work that I'm currently undertaking as a researcher with Global Partnership for Education. KICS, many of you are familiar with KICS, which is a knowledge exchange in a project on education systems resilience right here in East and Southeast Asia. It's a partnership between GPE and IDRC in Canada, as well as colleagues of mine in Vietnam and Bangladesh, and of course myself as a researcher from the University of Minnesota. And it's primarily to try and understand how education systems are creating resilience vis-a-vis these polycrises that I'm talking about. On the one hand, it might be focused on sort of climate change and ecological crises, but we're also trying to look at political and social disruptions that are happening in these countries, 14 countries that we're studying. At the heart is a systemic and wicked problem orientation, and it is cross-sectoral, trying to look at education and climate, health, as well as governance systems. This research agenda, therefore, needs to be inter- or transdisciplinary in nature. A key orientation to this research for us is who needs to be included in the research? Who are the frontline effectors of change in school systems to be resilient? Teachers are actually the focus of this research. We will be surveying teachers across 14 countries, but we're also engaging with interviews with community members and other stakeholders at the local level to understand their local responses and their local ways to mitigate against future polycrises. Additionally, we know that disasters do not affect people equally, right? They have very gendered effects, and they also disproportionately affect those in the poorest conditions and those with disabilities. So this project aims to be an equitable partnership driven by research institutes in Southeast Asia. It is transdisciplinary, as I said, working with educators, futurists, economists, and community members to actually critically inquire about how education systems can be resilient. In this way, it's engaged in trying to produce global public goods and creating knowledge for use by education systems. So to conclude, given the polycrisis affected by our governing institutions that are actually creating some of these crises, as well as our environmental and social systems, we cannot assume knowledge as usual. We must do things differently. And we in higher education institutions and research institutions, and working with our development organizations and education systems broadly, are at the center of setting a research agenda and a learning agenda that supports education as a global public good. In complex systems with complex problems, we cannot assume normality. And even statistically, we know that the vectors and effects are shown to have very long tails with variations of long-term outcomes and risks. So we cannot act on short-term outcomes and the present situation. We need to engage in partnerships in education that are focused on the horizon, a horizon of justice and sustainability for all. If we are to set a research and learning agenda, we need to identify the key vectors in the education system that can help stabilize crises and foster new systems. Some argue that in education, those vectors might be attitudes that foster young people's solidarity or their hope, or competencies such as critical thinking in an age of ubiquitous and sometimes false information. Others suggest it's leadership that is person-centered or justice-oriented. All of these vectors, whether the curriculum or students or leadership, all of them, we need to establish a research and learning agenda led by higher education institutions with government support for ODA that creates and shares knowledge that's relevant and usable for these challenging times. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor Joanne de Jager, for the inspiring keynote which allow us to reimagine the future of education and development. Well, her talk was structured by three main agenda. First, the multiple poly crisis we are facing, including the aid cut by the largest aid spender. And second, Professor Joanne de Jager talked about the desirable transformation of global institution in education and development to fully realize the role of education in public poverty reduction, humanitarianism as a global public good. And finally, her talk suggested and showed us the way forward in terms of transformation of education and development for and toward epistemic pluralism to address social justice. Well, thank you very much again. And may I invite you to show our warm appreciation to our keynote speaker, Professor Joanne de Jager. Okay, thank you very much. And now we're gonna enjoy a short video clip on the leading university for international cooperation project. It's going to be about some 3-4 minutes. Thank you.
Leading University Project for International Cooperation, supported by the Ministry of Education and the National Research Foundation of Korea, meets the needs of developing countries by establishing or restructuring academic departments and higher education institutions, and supporting community development programs, thereby contributing to greater capacity for higher education in developing countries. From 2012 to 2025, a total of 53 project teams have carried out initiatives across 18 countries, engaging in active cooperation in 5 key sectors: health and medical care, digital engineering, agriculture, forestry, fisheries and livestock, social sciences, and education. Today, we support higher education in developing countries, but there was a time when South Korea itself lacked a proper higher education system. The Minnesota Project of the University of Minnesota laid the foundation for the advancement of higher education in South Korea, with Seoul National University at its center. Today, South Korea has emerged as a leading nation in education, gaining recognition and respect from around the world. Once a recipient of international aid, South Korea has achieved remarkable progress in higher education and now stands on the global stage, sharing its success with the world. We are blazing a new path for global higher education, sharing Korea's expertise in developing tertiary education with partner universities and supporting them in developing talented professionals. Alongside these efforts, LUPIC is further expanding its impact by achieving tangible results in various fields. The project teams have worked to strengthen higher education capacity in partner countries and promote the cultivation of experts through universities by establishing a variety of new departments, introducing undergraduate programs, and revising curricula to improve existing departments.
Theo em, chương trình này giúp sinh viên có những trải nghiệm thực tế về kiểm định nông sản cũng như là thì tăng với hợp tác giữa Việt Nam và Hàn Quốc trong việc đẩy nông nghiệp hữu cơ.
Главным результатом проекта это для нашей страны внедрение двухуровневого образования.
В результате реализации данного проекта мы ожидаем, что у нас улучшится качество образовательного подготовки медицинских сестер и образовательного процесса.
Furthermore, LUPIC has laid the foundation for a new era in higher education by establishing the first ever departments in partner countries. Through the establishment and restructuring of departments in partner countries, the LUPIC project enrolled a total of 3,064 new students between 2019 and 2024.
키네키즈 한국대학과 협력하여 웹의 프로그래머 양성을 목적으로 컴퓨터 사이언스 학과를 신설하여 운영하고 있습니다. 경쟁 중심의 프로젝트를 통해 문제 해결과 협동의 중요성을 직접 느꼈습니다.
To strengthen academic infrastructure, we renovated outdated facilities and built new laboratories equipped with state-of-the-art instruments, ensuring that students receive professional, hands-on training.
Сургалт явуулах боломжийг бол нэгэн сайн бүрдүүлж анги танхимын ламсторуудыг бол тогтчилсан байгаа.
The Resources Foundation played a crucial role by providing essential academic resources, digital equipment, capacity building training programs, and international exposure visit for both university authorities and students.
Beyond developing talent, LUPIC also focuses on local communities, laying the foundation for education and society to grow together through community education, cultural exchange programs, and local industry development projects. Even after project completion, LUPIC ensured the sustainability of departments by supporting faculty development at partner universities and linking with other initiatives, producing numerous graduates and achieving tangible outcomes in developing local talent.
국제협력 선도대학 사업은 인력 개발, 사람에 대한 투자입니다. 사람에 대한 투자는 지속 가능성을 담보할 수 있는 사업이라고 생각이 돼서 중요한 경험과 성과를 공유하고자 하는 마음에 이 사업에 참여하게 되었습니다.
I was contributing to policy development, research, curriculum development, and international collaboration in nursing education.
It is meaningful not only for me, but for the future generation of professionals of our country.
So as someone who had participated in this project, I can recommend this project to any of the students.
South Korea, once a recipient of official development assistance, has now become a donor country. Now, by fully utilizing our human and material resources, we will continue to strengthen systems and provide development support to cultivate outstanding talent tailored to local industries and needs, advancing together toward the shared goal of developing future global leaders and contributing to the progress of humanity.
Thank you for your attention, and on behalf of the participation on site and those online, I'd like to extend my appreciation to Ministry of Education and the National Research Fund of Korea for the video clip that explained the leading university for international cooperation project very well. Well, with this video clip, I am going to wrap up our opening session. And before we get started with our first session, let's have 10 minutes break. So I'd like to meet you at 11:15 here again. Thank you very much. Dear participants, hello. May I ask you to be seated so we can start our first session? And could you please make noise for people outside so we can invite them in again? Thank you. Well, as it was repeatedly emphasized in our opening ceremony, there is no need to highlight the importance of connecting the dots of education and job creation and technological innovation. Yet, as President Moon Jae-in highlighted, it's so not easy to realize and make it to a concrete action. And I think our sessions today is going to be a step forward toward the concrete action together. And for our first session, we are going to talk about primary and secondary education with the theme of education for all, transforming the future through education. And this is my honor to introduce our chair of the first session, Dr. Kim Eun-young. Dr. Kim Eun-young is a senior research fellow at Korea Educational Development Institute. And she's also serving at the advisory group at the OECD Education 2040 project. She had her PhD degree in educational policy studies. Please let me welcome Dr. Kim Eun-young with you.
Thank you for your kind introduction. Thank you. This is awkward because we have so many Korean audiences in front of me, and then we still have to communicate in English. This is a bit awkward, but I'll do my best. So I still see people are coming. But since we have very tight schedule today, I'm going to start our session first. So thank you. As I was introduced, I'm Eun-young. Then I'm going to moderate the first session today. And we have excellent list of the participants for this panel discussions. Through the lenses of digital education and globalization and bridge projects that mobilize different stakeholders and community supports, as well as educational exchange for the multicultural background and the teacher education and STEM. So since my goal is that I have to finish this panel discussion within time, right time, so I'm not going to spend too much time on introducing these excellent presenters, because if you are interested in those brief bios are available in the program. So please refer to those programs, and let me introduce Ms. Park from IACE, and she's going to present her first paper on digital education and globalization. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Yes, good morning. I am Haejun Park from the Institute of APEC Collaborative Education. It is my pleasure to share the globalization of digital in education led by Korean Minister of Education. I hope you enjoy listening our journey from learning to leading. Okay, so the goal of this initiative is simple but powerful. It is to ensure that every student around the world can grow with access to quality education. To achieve this, we focus on four key factors: policymaker, teacher, school, and students. So under the theme of digital technology in pedagogical use, we strengthen the capacity of policymakers and teachers. Also, we work on improving the school environment and giving the chance to all students to develop the skills they need in the future. So up to date, we have collaborated with 38 countries. So first, the APEC Digital Education Policy Training Program, in short, ADEPT, is for policymakers. This is official APEC project, and it is begun by this one quick question. So what policies are necessary to ensure the quality education? So the ADEPT focuses on building a strong policy foundation for digital transformation across APEC region by strengthening the policymakers' capacity. So that photo is taken at the APEC 2025 meeting in Jeju Island this year. So the ADEPT alumni are all policymakers, all closely working on APEC education. So the discussion within ADEPT brings a bigger impact in Asia-Pacific region. So the ADEPT is classified as the capacity building in terms of ODA. So one key performance indicator is, so what is the impact? What is the impact after the training workshop? So let me introduce the Peruvian delegate's case. When Ms. Lisi joined the ADEPT, she wrote in the action plan that Peruvian teachers face many challenges in digital literacy, remote teaching, and the student engagement as well. So thus, she designed teacher training portfolio focusing on digital in education. And this integrated platform reached 270,000 teachers with more than 200 courses, improving digital skills, instructional practices, and teacher autonomy. And another education policymaker from Malaysia, Ms. Zai Emilia, mentioned that in Malaysia, educational videos were scattered and unstructured with little alignment with two national policies. Through the ADEPT, this program, she designed the My EduFlix framework, which is now copyrighted as DelimaFlix. And this smart repository system has been officially adopted by Ministry of Education Malaysia. So as we've seen these examples, the ADEPT alumni are not just participants, they are agents of change. So what you see here from this slide is the competency model developed for APEC policymakers. It has been adopted by other APEC member economies for their own training workshop too. So the next, the CLICK program. CLICK's one key question is, how can we deliver better lessons to students? So the CLICK aims to assist teachers deliver effective lessons for students. So the program has three main components. First, teacher training. Second, basic minimum digital learning devices support. And third, lead community. The CLICK is also classified as training program, likewise ADEPT. So we developed a competency framework, which you can see in the table. Each of 17 countries select one module from entry, experiential, or facilitative based on their policy needs and teacher skills level. So CLICK is closely connected with LEAD. LEAD is the Global Teacher Network on Digital in Education. So LEAD groups have been set up across 17 regions in Korea, recommended by each regional offices of education. So for example, LEAD Seoul, LEAD Busan, LEAD Gwangju, and LEAD Ulsan like this. So I'm sure you all agree with that, with this saying, quality teachers make quality classes. So as we considered how teachers could continue implementing new lessons after the training, so we thought matching them with Korean lead teachers is best option. So beyond transferring knowledge and experience in digital teaching, they share their classes, they share their teaching life as colleague and also as friends. In the photo you see here, the teacher from Uganda is taking part in an online pre-workshop with teachers from Gyeonggi province, building intimacy together. So teachers who develop strong connections are motivated to try new lessons with their Korean peer teachers. So, and they continue to grow as lead teachers in their own countries. So CLIP alumni teachers express their lead identity during the seminars in their own country, from Morocco, from Cambodia, from Indonesia. You can see that. So they share new digital teaching methods with colleague teachers. In 2024, around 7,000 teachers worldwide have indirectly benefited. So the photo shows the teachers' workshop from Tanzania, Colombia, and Uzbekistan after CLIP. So Korean teachers reviewed their training too. Connecting students is also a key feature of this program. So we promote online class exchange to give a chance to students respect diverse cultures and develop global competencies. Next is the innovative ICT integrated classroom project. It is for educational environments, specifically the school. This time, one key question is, how can we improve school spaces for learning? The project focuses on showcasing future-ready classrooms by sharing Korean digital education expertise. So it demonstrates how technology can transform teaching and learning. Each year, 1 or 2 classrooms are established in partner countries. The schools, as well as surrounding region, use these classrooms spaces. The photo shows a local English speaking competition held in innovative classroom in Paraguay. So by opening the classroom, students and teachers from nearby that schools can also come there. So this photo shows the innovative classroom in Nepal functioning as a teacher training center. The other best examples comes from Colombia. After establishing a classroom in 2022, the Colombia Ministry of Education has created its own learning spaces called Café Lab. So the photo shows a classroom in the famous coffee producing region in Colombia, Pitalito. It is built using the budget of Colombian government. So finally, we come to the e-icon word contest for students. So here's the question: how can we help students to develop their global collaboration skills? The e-icon word contest is a global festival, not like a competition. So where secondary school students comes together to develop mobile application addressing the SDGs, such as climate change. At this e-icon, I'd like to share 2 examples of student achievements. First, the students lead in solving global social challenges. This year, high school champion team was composed of students from Bangladesh and Korea. So their project focused on addressing agriculture issues caused by climate change. So they developed an mobile application that provides real-time soil data and agriculture expertise. Another significant impact on e-icon is that our students have the opportunity to form global teams and build a strong friendship while working together. So far, I have introduced the globalization of digital in education, which is supporting the systemic digital education transformation, empowers teachers to foster students' holistic growth, and reimagines learning spaces. So as we all know, the form of education shifts rapidly. However, no matter how quickly technology and society change education, the one thing that never changes is the students, we think. So this project will continue to build a sustainable education system, ecosystem, so that all K-12 students worldwide who are entering AI integrated society can learn without any exclusion. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Park. She finished her presentation within time. I forgot to mention that each presenters will have about 10 to 12 minutes, and I'll save our time for the questions later. So while you're listening to the presentation, please note your own questions, and then I'll give you the chances to ask questions to interact with the presenters. So thank you for outlining the conditions for the digital learning in different contexts. Thank you. And our next presentation would be by Mr. Chu from UNESCO, Korean Commission, and he's going to tell us about the bridge program. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished guests and experts in international development cooperation in education. I'm Jun-ho Ju, in charge of resource mobilization and public relations at the Korean National Commission for UNESCO. On behalf of the head of the bridge program and as the former director of the program, I'm very glad to have a chance to introduce the very meaningful program, which aims to help marginalized people have right to education through the non-formal education sector. Before introducing the program, I'd like to share the background of the program to deepen your understanding why KNCU initiated this program. The first point of the background is the relationship between UNESCO and Korea. As you may know, UNESCO was established in 1945, right after World War II, to promote world peace and sustainable development among nations. South Korea actually joined the UNESCO in June 1950. However, unfortunately, the Korean War broke out right after joining the UNESCO. So the Korean National Commission for UNESCO was officially founded in January 1954, around 3.5 years later, after Korea became a member of UNESCO. Even though the establishment of the KNCU was delayed during the post-war rehabilitation, UNESCO became a stepping stone toward the reconstruction and development of Korea for supporting the construction of a printing factory for textbooks. So with these textbooks, we Korea were able to teach and educate our children and youth without a break in education. So thanks to the power of education, we were able to industrialize and democratize our country within a very few decades. So KNCU and Korea feels a kind of debt to show the educational support from UNESCO was right and to give back for educational support Korea once received. And another important background of the program is the global lack of education and international community's effort to address it. According to the UIS, as of 2022, not current status, sorry, there are more than 770 million adults who cannot read and write, and more than 240 million youth and children who are out of school. So to reduce the gap of educational opportunities, international communities set collective educational goals such as EFA, MDG2, and now SDG4, which is to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. So in this context, KNCU initiated Bridge program from 2010. With this background in mind and in this context, I'd like to briefly explain what non-formal education is and also introduce very simple version of the logical framework of our program. As you know well, formal education is a kind of learning, structured learning process in schools or universities, giving learners academic degrees or diplomas. However, in least developed countries or low-income or lower middle-income countries, there are many people who are unable to enjoy their right to education. So the non-formal education takes place outside formal education system, focusing on literacy education, basic education, and equivalency program, and various TVET courses. So Bridge program put the non-formal education into the core part of the program. This slide shows the very simple version of the logical framework of the program. The purpose is kind of background of the program, which is to support the achievement of sustainable development goal in developing countries. With this under the background, the goal of the program aims to improve accessibility and quality of education for educationally marginalized people. So to achieve the goal, there are various educational activities such as distributing learning and teaching materials and providing non-formal educational programs, supporting and enhancing relevant policies, supporting community learning centers operation, and teaching and training teachers and instructors in the non-formal education sector. So all these kind of activities converge into the non-formal education, such as literacy education for illiterate adults, and basic education and equivalency for those who are out of school, basic vocational and training for income generation for vulnerable groups, and early childhood education for holistic development for young children. This section shows the accumulated achievement of the program, and along with the historical background of the program as well. Actually, Bridge program has been initiated in 2010 under the name of Africa Bridge program in the sub-Saharan African region. As you know well, this region shows the highest proportion of adult illiteracy. And in 2015, Bridge Asia program has commenced in South Asian region, which shows the largest number of adult illiteracy. So both the region-specific models share the same goals of improving right to education in developing countries. And based on the meaningful insights, we designed the best project model, which is the cooperation between National Commissions for UNESCO in Korea and our partner countries. So based on the project modality, second phase of Bridge program has initiated in 2020. And another important pilot program, Bridge Sejong program, with laureate of King Sejong Literacy Prize of UNESCO, has started in 2021. With this concrete evidence and outcomes, this program has been evolving with expanded scale, visibility, and impact year by year. So during the past 15 years, Bridge program has been providing educational support to more than 180,000 people in 25 countries and distributing around 200,000 teaching and learning materials. And this section shows the details of country level project and the volume of ODA budget. As you can see, the volume of ODA as of 2025 it has been increased more than 50% compared to the volume of ODA budget in 2022. Aside from the concrete commitment of the Ministry of Education, private sector donation also has play a crucial role to fill the gaps in areas where ODA alone may not be sufficient. So based on the concrete financial foundation, we are able to implement many country projects in Asia and Africa. This slide shows the 8 countries in Bridge Asia program in sub-Saharan African region until 2020, and also this slide shows the many countries in Asian region under the Bridge Asia program until 2020. And as I mentioned, under the NACAMS partnership model, second phase of Bridge program has initiated from 2020. Under the program, each country project is designed on a 5-year basis, and also each country project is required to be audited by certified public accountant to increase the transparency of country project. From the early stage of the program, Bhutan, Laos, Timor-Leste, and Malawi have been taking part in the program, and this year Tanzania took part, and Cote d'Ivoire and Zambia from Africa will join next year. And next slide shows the details of the activities and outputs of country level project, and all country projects include as I mentioned, literacy program, basic education and equivalency program, and various debate courses. And also some countries have very unique interventions with their policy priorities. In case of Bhutan, they developed non-formal education MIS to systematically manage their learners' progress. And in case of Timor-Leste, they constructed and renovated all community learning centers across the country. And in Malawi, they developed a higher education course of non-formal education sector for their central and local government officers and relevant stakeholders. And as I mentioned, British Sejong program with laureate of King Sejong Literacy Prize has been initiated in 2021. Based on the very concrete evidence, this program has been integrated and operated under the British ODA program since 2024. From the early stage of the program, Sri Lanka, Jordan, and Pakistan are taking part in the program. Actually, in fact, in the early stage of the program, Uruguay took part in the program. However, Uruguay moved to the upper middle income countries, so this program has phased down naturally with this context. And to improve project impact and increase the sustainability of learners' education, British program adopted a second track, which is to advance non-formal education environment with IT solution and strengthen the linkage between formal and non-formal education with scholarship programs. So from this year, some countries are introducing digital learning materials with the help of edutech company, Anuma, very well-known company, and also we are in discussions with several countries to develop the scholarship program to strengthen the linkage between formal and non-formal education. And based on the concrete commitment of the Ministry of Education, this slide shows the 2026 bridge partner countries. There are 9 ongoing countries and 2 new participants from Africa will join next year. And these are some, actually as the ODA initiative bridge program, as same as other valuable ODA program, we are conducting regular monitoring and evaluation. These are some photos of on-site monitoring visit and photos of midterm end-line evaluation report. Of course, all findings from monitoring and evaluation are shared with our stakeholders in Korea and partner countries to improve effectiveness of our program. And almost last but not least, I'd like to emphasize the importance of partnership. As I mentioned, this program is highly supported by the Ministry of Education, and the partnership between NACOMs are at the core part of the program. But aside from the basic partnership framework, in the country level, there are central and local government officers in non-formal education sector are taking part in the program along with the relevant civic and civil society organizations in the non-formal education sector. And also they are highly encouraged to establish a British National Committee in the project level, which is composed of relevant stakeholders making joint planning and joint monitoring together. And also partnership with private sector has play a crucial role to do more things by Korean National Commission for UNESCO. So as you can see, there are very famous celebrities and well-known companies in Korea, and also generous donation, also contribute to the program. And so as an ODA initiative, visibility is very important. So it is demonstrated in not only project site, but also in the international workshops and international forums and international conferences held in Korea under the bridge program. So all these gatherings are also supported by the Ministry of Education. And these are some photos of media coverage and photos of annual report of the program. That's all I prepared for my presentations. But in closing, I believe that the bridge program is not merely educational project. Beyond the educational impact, it could be a crucial role to build up the supportive constituencies in UNESCO, which is a multilateral arena. So this program can make a greater coalition and solidarity and improve the soft power of Korea as well. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chu. I think his presentation shows how targeted partnerships actually convert the goodwills into the measurable learning gains. From now on, I'll give you the sign. If I hold this mic, then you need to wrap up your presentation for the time's sake. So next presenter is Ms. Hwa-young Lee from COSAC. She is going to give us a presentation about the future prosperity STEM, which is a very difficult area of studies. So, Ms. Lee, thank you.
Yeah, good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and partners. My name is Hwa-young Lee from Korea Foundation for Science and Creativity, COSAC. It is my honor to present Korea's experience in STEM education and to discuss how we can work together to build shared future prosperity through education. Today, I will introduce Korea's STEM education journey, our digital transformation cases, and the key challenges and needs of developing countries, as well as potential directions for future collaborations. Now, let us begin by looking at the key needs in STEM education among developing countries. Many countries believe that STEM readiness is the foundation of a prosperous nation. Research consistently shows a strong correlation between STEM achievements and economic growth. Countries with higher math and science achievements tend to experience faster GDP growth. These numbers highlight why investing in STEM is not optional, it is essential. In the AI era, the definition of talent is changing rapidly. Global companies are seeking individuals who can have leadership, innovation, collaboration, etc. To meet these demands, countries, especially developing countries, require well-trained STEM teachers, curricula aligned to STEM principles, adequate laboratories and digital tools, and instructional environments that supports modern pedagogy. These elements form the foundation for sustainable nation development. Now, shall we take a trip to Korea? Korea's investments in STEM education has evolved across different economic stages. In the 1960s and 1970s, Korea was a very poor country with an economy centered on light industries and heavy chemical industries. During this period, the most urgent task was to secure enough mathematics and science teachers, as the supply was extremely limited and only the most basic science lab could be installed in schools. In the 1980s, as Korea's economy developed at an accelerated pace. To ensure a high quality teaching workforce, the nation teacher certification and recruitment examination was introduced. And so school science laboratories became significantly more advanced. Since 2000, and especially in more recent years, Korea's advanced science and technology sectors has grown rapidly. In response, Korea has expanded its workforce beyond teachers to include instructors and teaching assistants who support students and schools. At the same time, the nation has developed mathematics education softwares as well as cutting-edge online and offline science laboratories, enabling the digital transformation of STEM education across the country. Korea's STEM ecosystem is built through a coordinated national framework. Strong and prepared teachers, high-quality textbook and materials, effective digital tools and contents, and supportive learning environments and infrastructure. These are aligned through the national curriculum and national master plans, ensuring coherence and continuity grounded in the relevant legal framework. We implemented various dimensions, curriculum innovations, school support, content developments, intelligent science lab, digital tools, students programs, teacher capacity building. Let me highlight two major nation initiatives. The first is the Intelligent Science Lab. The second is Digital Mathematics Learning Software. The name is AlgeoMath. Here you can see the evolution from the 1960s science labs to today's cutting-edge intelligence labs. These labs offer online experiments, contents, expanded access, and improved students' experience, especially in rural and underserved areas. This is a signature case of Korea's digital transformation in mathematics education. Using AlgeoMath, students reconstructed a 1,000-year-old Shilla roof tile, analyzing its circular geometry through the concept of a circumcenter of a triangle. Began by, because of the time, I will jump the next slide. Okay. Next, I would like to share the outcomes of Korea's STEM education. Korea consistently performs at a high international level in PISA, mathematics and science, while many other OECD economies have experienced a continuous decline in performance, but Korea has shown a consistent upward trend in achievement since 2015. As for the second graph, it shows that the proportion of students choosing calculus in the university entrance examination nearly doubled in 2022 compared to 2012. This indicates that more students are choosing STEM-related career pathways. We also observe a steady increase in the number of STEM doctorates in Korea, shown purple line, reflecting a strong pipeline of future scientists and engineers. Many studies highlight these as the key themes of future STEM education: digital transformation, personalized learning, and collaboration, and cutting-edge technology integration, learning agility, tech agility, etc. It is essential for all countries to incorporate these themes into their STEM education strategies. Through my experience on global cooperation, I think leadership in STEM talent development requires below. When the strong commitment, institutional support, and financial investment of recipient countries are combined with the expertise of donor countries, teacher capacity, curriculum system, tools, and infrastructure can be significantly strengthened. As a result, we can expect meaningful growth in students' STEM competencies. Let us now summarize the key considerations for transforming the major challenges faced by recipient countries into opportunities. First, in order to improve limited teacher capacity, it is essential to explore national and societal systems and support mechanism for securing high-quality STEM teachers, strengthening their competencies, and establishing sustainable incentives and professional development. Second, we must consider how to design a STEM curriculum that truly works in the local context of the recipient country. Third, we must consider strategies for sustainably managing and operating the educational facilities and infrastructure that have been established. Finally, in order for STEM education outcomes to contribute to industrial developments, it is necessary to examine how STEM education can be aligned with industry and labor market needs in a way that reflects each economy's unique context. Conversely, this is also closely related to the question of how to utilize the talent developed through STEM education in order to drive industrial growth. These are systemic challenges, but also opportunities for meaningful partnership. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. I really agree with your comments on the consistency with the labor market and industrial structures. And I also greatly emphasize the fact that in order to have a meaningful outcomes of certain partnerships, we need to communicate more with the partners. And our final presentation is going to be given by Ms. Yang-Suk Lee, Director Yang-Suk Lee from UNESCO APSEU. Thank you.
It's still in the morning, right? So very good morning. 안녕하세요. My name is Yang-Suk Lee. I'm the head of the Office of International Teacher Exchange at the UNESCO Asia Pacific Center of Education for International Understanding. It is indeed a great pleasure to be with you and to share our experiences to support advancing education and global citizenship education in particular through our initiative of the Asia Pacific Teacher Exchange for Global Education. It is about supporting teachers' journey of learning and growing together. Well, this initiative, well, in short, we call it APTE. This initiative was launched in 2012. It is in the form of a bilateral teacher exchange between Korea and currently 7 7 partner countries in Asia. About the implementation structure, this program is hosted by the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Korea, and our center, APSEU, we are the main implementation agency designated by the Korean Ministry of Education as the specialized institution to support teacher exchanges. Then we work in collaboration with various partners, including the ministries of education of our partner countries, and local education offices, and of course, schools, host schools, and teachers, etc. The launch of this program is very closely related to the rapidly changing national and global educational landscape. Well, as you are well aware, Korea is going multicultural, and quite rapidly, especially recently. So with the increase of many residents and of course students with migration or multicultural backgrounds. And at the same time, on the global level, we have seen continuous shifts of educational paradigm. And at the same time, as we have heard all this morning, there's a very we are going through a very urgent, we are going through a series of multiple crises, including climate crisis, with increasing inequalities, increase of hate speech, etc. And also within Korea, with the rapid globalization, and now we have to think about how we can make our education more relevant and how we can more effectively support teachers' capacity building. As mentioned before, quality teachers make quality education. So, and also Korea's status in the international community, it has been significantly enhanced, and Korea has been receiving increasing calls for sharing its educational development experiences, and of course, calls for more contribution to the international educational development. So with this background, of course, the program has several objectives, including enhancing multicultural sensitivity and global competencies of teachers and students. And of course, there's increasing demand for promoting mutual understanding and cooperation and fostering global citizenship. At the same time, this program has also an objective of developing a Korean educational development cooperation model based upon the exchanges of educators and teachers. So as I mentioned before, this program is through the in-person exchange. So exchange means coming and going, right? So Korean exchange teachers, Korean exchange teachers are dispatched to partner countries and placed at the local schools. From this year, Korean exchange teachers are conducting their activities for 6 months. And international exchange teachers, they are invited to Korea for their education activities for 3 months. And we also have on and offline integrated exchange programs. But then those exchange teachers, they just work as a teacher, but in the local host school, of the partner country. So this is a quite unique program, but they conduct about 15 hours of classes per week in their main subject areas, and many of them, they are integrating global citizenship education into their class lessons. And of course, they are also requested to conduct intercultural understanding classes or language classes. And well, I'm pretty sure that you will imagine that about the popularity of Korean culture and Korean language classes. And also, these exchange teachers are actively participating in other extracurricular activities, and sometimes not only within the school, but also within the community and within the province. So since 2012, until today, the total number of participants has reached 2,043, and 914 schools have participated in this program. Well, the number may sound very small comparing with the number of participants and beneficiaries mentioned before during this session. But just think about the number of students and the number of education stakeholders these participants have met. And from next year, we are expanding our program to include Uzbekistan as well. Yes, and I'd like to emphasize the most important characteristics of this program. Again, it is in the form of a bilateral exchange. And it means, well, although the main financial support comes from the Korean government, from the Korean Ministry of Education, but because it is about teaching and learning, because it is about exchanging teachers, well, in the process of program implementation, participants, they exchange their own experiences and know-hows and their passion for teaching and their love for students. And in the process, they should also exercise mutual respect and reciprocal technical support for each other has also been practiced here. And this is also a very unique opportunity. Of course, there are many teacher exchange programs, and sometimes, especially for language teachers, well, some language teachers, they have opportunities to work in a foreign country for over a year. But this is a mutual exchange. And not many programs really allow teachers to experience a local school and being a teacher at a foreign local school and work with their fellow teachers and students. So this kind of exchange program is getting very popular. So for example, for Indonesia and Malaysia, the selection process is very, very strict. And well, sometimes over almost 1,000 applicants have to compete with each other to be selected to come to Korea. And this program provides opportunities to reflect on the role of a teacher. And also, this program has a very strong focus on global citizenship education. Let me skip this slide. And they have also opportunities to contribute to the quality education development. So I'd just like to show these pictures These pictures shows some examples of educational activities conducted by the exchange teachers, including Korean, and also from those of international exchange teachers. Sometimes from our partner countries, we receive a particular request to include, for example, special education teachers or, sometimes early childhood education teachers, etc. And we try to accommodate their request as much as possible. And the exchange teachers, increasingly their lesson plans are increasingly becoming relevant to global citizenship education. So for example, one Malaysian teacher combined the lesson plans on mathematics with the Malaysian traditional geometric patterns, textile patterns. And combining, teaching about climate crisis, including footprints, eco footprint, carbon footprint with global citizenship education. And teachers also conduct individual projects related to global citizenship education themes, etc. And about the outcomes and result, of course, this program has been very successful, and we annually conduct analysis of the key global education competencies, and Korean exchange teachers and international exchange teachers, and primary school students and secondary school students alike. There certainly has been the signs of improvement proven by these statistics and numbers. However, I'd just like to ask you to read through all those testimonies and feedbacks from our participants. All teachers, they commonly say that it's a very inspiring, enriching, eye-opening experiences. Well, they are in the process of, they realize that their activities are not really about contributing their own knowledge, but it is more about the process of learning from each other and sharing and growing together with the students. And I have many slides like this, but Korean exchange teachers learn from international exchange teachers and vice versa. And another international exchange teacher was deeply moved by Korean students just showing of their respect for the teachers. So based upon and building upon these achievements and outcomes, we would like to continue to work with our various partners and stakeholders in order to more effectively respond to the changing needs of our educators and of our time. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I promised you I'll give you a chance to ask them some questions, but I think I can take only one question from the audiences. For those international participants and the audiences, if you excuse us, maybe you can ask questions in Korean and we can answer in Korean language. So if you have any question, please raise your hand and okay, please. You can ask either English or Korean. And please introduce yourself before you ask a question. Yes.
Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Yeun Lee, and I'm from Sookmyung Women's University, AP Wing, which is Asian Pacific Women Network Information Center. And it is really honored to have to give you a question and take your all speeches. It was really impressive. And my question is, we are totally in AI era, such as some ChatGPT or Nano Banana or Gemini 3. All students may have or use AI already, and all of them are quite good, and we can easily access it through YouTube or such as internet. But my question is, because this is the AI era, so it is needed to be growing leadership skills or communication skills. So what is the point of our ODA education, such as if we need to grow their AI skills and with another competencies or skills like leadership or communication? Because AP Wing also do AI education to the students, but they have some tendencies to depend a lot to AI, so they don't think a lot or deeply consider it. So we have some problems between AI and another skills. So what do you think is the smart way to give them a healthy AI education? Thank you.
I think this question can go to our Dr. Lee. Or maybe you can take time. We'll take one more question, and while they're preparing their answers, if there's any more question, and as I mentioned, if you want to ask questions in Korean, I think you can totally do it, and I explain you in English later to our international audiences. Yes. 네.
Hello, I'm Purum No, who is working as a program officer, and I may ask to Ms. Park about the digital education program. Well, as we know, Korea is a leading country in the digital education field, and there are a lot of edutech corporates in Korea, and it would be necessary to build the digital education system considering the specific country of the specific context of the country. So my question is that, was there any chance to promote the project with the cooperation of the private corporates regarding the digital education setting? Because I think it would be very helpful to if we can build the digital education system in the country which need that kind of system, and so we can just give and help to those countries with those experts. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody who can answer the questions? Very thorny one, the first one, but 누가 하시겠어요? 예, 두 번째 하시고. 그럼요. Yes. 한국말로 답을 해주시겠습니다.
네, 아까 첫 번째 질문이 AI 시대에 왜 교육을 해야 되는지를 물으신 것 같습니다. 그 방향성은 어떻게 잡아야 되는지, 뭐 커뮤니케이션이라든지 등등 해서 물어보셨는데요. 사실 이제 여기가 이제 ODA 컨퍼런스지 않습니까? 그래서 특히 이제 저개발 국가들에 좀 포커스를 맞춰 본다면, 사실 저개발 국가들은 아까도 제가 이제 말씀드렸지만 실제의 산업 발전이 필요하다. 그래서 산업 발전이라고 하면 뭔가 제조하고 생산하고 자동화되고 공장을 짓고 상품이 이제 유통되고 또 경제가 일어나고 소비와 생산이 일어나는 이제 그런 것들을 말하는 것이죠.
AI가 모든 것을 다 대체할 수는 없습니다. AI가 만능이 될 수 없고요. 실제의 그런 경제 흐름이 돌아가기 위해서는 거기에 필요한 그 단계에 맞는 교육이 이루어져야 된다라고 생각을 하고요. 우리나라도 지금 많이 발전을 해 있지만 AI가 굉장히 효율적인 섹터가 있고 또 AI가 효율적이지 않은 섹터도 아직도 많이 있습니다. 그래서 그렇게 이해를 해주시면 될 것 같고요. AI가 물론 그 교육 발전을 조금 더 앞당기고 도울 수 있다고 생각합니다. 그렇지만 우리가 이제 배워야 되는 여러 가지 가치들이 있고 또 기본적인 지식들과 이제 기술들이 있을 텐데 이제 그것들은 우리가 굉장히 잘 그 교육을 통해서 더 발전시켜 나갈 수 있도록 계속적으로 우리나라도 고민하고 저개발 국가들도 좀 고민해야 된다고 생각합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 네, 두 번째 질문 간단하게 답변해. 시간이 상당히 지났기 때문에.
Yeah, thank you for asking the question regarding the partnership with the private sector. So, yes, there are of course we can have the new partnership, and also through learning the digital education global education project, we also still we have the many partnership with the education technology company in Korea. For example, the Enuma or like Ice Cream Media or other the domestic company to promote the Korean education expertise to promote their solutions, and we are trying to utilize the skills in our program as well to show and to learn to promote to our colleague teachers from our partner countries. So yes, we are very happy to discuss with you in the future, and I really appreciate for your interest on our project. Thank you.
Thank you for listening to our excellent presentations. So I'm going to wrap up our session, and please give a round of applause to our excellent presenters. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chair and distinguished speakers and dear participants. This is the end of our first and morning session, and now it's time for lunch. Yay. So all the participants, including those who RSVP'd beforehand and those who registered on the spot this morning, your lunch is going to be served here, so you can just wait, be seated. And the speakers and chairs of this event, please wait, and the staff of this event is going to take you to the gallery. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch, and we are gonna meet here again at 1 o'clock sharp for our second session. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. The session 2 is going to start shortly, so may I, my dear participants, may I ask you to be seated for the second session, please? Thank you. And Dr. Chair and the participants and distinguished guests for session 2, please come forward. I think now we're ready. Do you guys enjoy the lunch? Good? Awesome. Okay. I think now we're ready for our second session of today, based on our understanding on the education for all. In our first session, our second session is going to be about vocational training, the connection between education and a job and decent employment. For this session, Professor Choi Jae-eun is going to take the role of chair. Professor Choi Jae-eun is currently serving at the Department of Public Administration in Gachon University since 2006. And before she joined the Gachon University, she also served at the Ministry of Education for about 10 years with her specialty in higher education and life learning policy. We have 3 panelists for this session, 1 on a stage and 1 waiting for us online. Now, let's get started. Please join me in welcoming our Professor Chair, Choi Jae-eun.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to session 2. I'm Professor Jae-eun Choi from Gachon University. It is my honor to serve as the chair of this session. As you already know, the theme of this session is Vocational Education and Industry Academic Cooperation for Youth and Local Communities. In this session, we focus on how skills, training, and industry partnership can help young people, local communities, and partner countries grow stronger. We have 3 excellent speakers today. Let me introduce them. First one is Mr. Douglas Opio, CEO of the Federation of Uganda Employees. He is joining us from Geneva online. Mr. Opio, he will introduce Uganda's employee-led approach to reform the Tibet system, which is developed through their second project, supported by Korean government and UNESCO. And our second speaker is Dr. Youngseng Kim from Kribe. He will talk about Korea's ASEAN 3+ and EAS Tibet cooperation. He will focus on the policy, school, industry model, and development of digital and green skills. And our final speaker is Professor Yuri Lee from Myungji College. He will present the employment-linked invitation program, which is developed through a higher education ODA program with Bataan Peninsula State Universities in the Philippines. So let's begin the presentation. Each speaker will about only like 12 minutes. So it's a very short time, but due to the time limit, it's hard for me to give you more time. Please understand that, So I don't know whether Mr. Douglas Opio is ready.
Yes, I'm ready, Chair. Thank you so much.
Good. Yes, so please begin your presentation, Mr. Douglas. Okay, Douglas Opio.
Thank you, Chair. And Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be able to speak to you. I'll be presenting basically our experience in Uganda with the BEAR 2 project. BEAR is Better Education for Africa's Rise project. And Uganda had the privilege of participating in the second phase of the project. Currently, the third phase is being implemented. I'm part of the advisory group, but Uganda is no longer part of it. For those who might not know Uganda, that particular slide is just intended to give you a snapshot of Uganda and where we are located in Africa. Now, first of all, I just want to provide a bit of context, what we are looking at. So on your screen, you see the issue of the opportunity, but also challenge at the same time. Uganda has a population of close to 47 million people, but close to 70% of the population is actually under 30. So the issue of youth employment is a major challenge. It's also an opportunity that we are dealing with. Now, historically, in our case, there's been a serious issue of skills mismatch, because what the employers get is not what they're expecting. So we have jobs available, but the people who are there are not necessarily having the competence that the industry requires. So the education was considered to be more theoretical than practical, because the employers weren't involved in the process. But fortunately for us, we undertook a reform, and that reform basically meant a fundamental shift to the way we run technical education, technical and vocational education and training. So in 2019, we developed an employer-led TVET policy. That quotation comes from our Minister of Education, who is also the First Lady. So we moved away from a system which was more rigid, entirely school-based, to one which is more flexible in the training institution, but also in the workplace, popularly called the dual system, but also bringing the employers into the management system. As I speak now, earlier this year, the law was passed. The TVET Act was passed, bringing on board fully this system of employer-led TVET system. Now, what is our place as the Federation of Uganda Employers? We are basically the voice of employers, and we bring the employers into this space. First is the issue of what does the industry need actually? What does the industry need? So on our part, we support with that process, linking the industry with the training institution. And why do we do this? So that then the process of developing training, developing the curriculum, developing the occupational standards, the assessment and training packages involves the employer. So we facilitate the link between the industry and then the employers. Now, I will quickly go into the project itself. What were we able to accomplish as a project? The project focused on three main dimensions. First is the issue of relevance. So I said already, we had significant issues as far as skills mismatch is concerned, the graduates not meeting the requirements of the employer. And then secondly, also the issue of quality. And thirdly, perception, because TVET was generally viewed as If you have failed to go through the general education system, then you can go to a TVET school. So it was viewed more or less as a pathway for failures. So these were the three main things that the project sought to address. Now, we were able to make a lot of progress on a number of areas. The first one is the labor market information system. It's practically impossible for you to undertake any significant reform in TVET without the data, without engagement between the industry and the training institution, and the industry being able to provide in real time the skills needs that they have, but also even for the future. So the element of skills needs anticipation. Secondly, we were able to work with the industry and develop with the Sector Skills Council in agriculture curriculum. And these curriculums focus on critical issues. We are an agrarian country, basically. So agriculture employs close to maybe 80% of the population. So issues around agriculture are critical to us. And in our case, through the project and working with the Sector Skill Council at the time, and now in the new law, the name has been changed a bit, so it's Sector Skills Expert Committees. But during the time of the project, we were referring to them as Sector Skills Council. So we developed curriculum for growth processing, but also post-harvest management. In Uganda, post-harvest losses sometimes go as high as about 40%. And then, of course, we created a digital platform basically linking the youth, the training institutions, and the employer, which we refer to as the Skills Gateway. In the second area is the issue of capacity building as one of the main things. You know, the quality of a TVET system cannot be better than the quality of its trainers. So through the project, we had the opportunity to train over 148 TVET trainers, but also managers as well. Quite importantly, as you know, the evolution in the space, equipment constantly and facilities are getting outdated in training institutions. We had the opportunity to equip quite well 10 training institutions. And then, of course, IT, everything now is digital and ICT integration. Now, in terms of Sector Skills Council, first, I'm happy to note that what we are doing now has largely also been built from the experiences we got from the project. First, we had the privilege that the project contributed to helping us generate ideas which we utilize in the development of our TVET policy in 2019. But also, we had the privilege of now utilizing it while developing the new law. So the Sector Skills Council that the project worked with a lot was the one on agriculture. And we saw firsthand how the industry can collaborate with the training institutions. In our case, collaborate with the 10 project institutions to design the curriculum, to design the interventions. And for us, as Federation of Uganda Employers, we were invited, so to speak, to facilitate this. But we also had the opportunity of contributing to building a governance system for and supporting the training of managers in these institutions. We also worked with them around matters of career guidance handbook. We developed it together as well. So the Sector Skills Council approach and methodology and the things we use at the time is what we are now carrying forward as well. Now, how does a Sector Skill Council create independence? First, is we work with the employers as the Federation of Uganda Employers to identify what are the skills gap and then to define occupational standards. In some cases, the skills training centers did not even exist at all for specific occupations. So we did what, if you like, you might call even contract curriculums. Like for one of the employers, we worked with an institution to develop a training curriculum for tractor drivers. And then, of course, we worked also in the area of delivering the training itself, and then looking at which are the occupational profiles that we are focusing on. And then, of course, then the retention rate is even higher. Basically, what are we looking forward to in the future, having been in this project? We are looking at scaling up this model of working together with the sector skills councils, who are now being referred to as sector skills expert committees. We are also looking at green skills, a lot of focus on that, improving the partnerships. We have now moved on the route where the training institutions are signing agreements with the employers within their areas of operation. So we are strengthening that link. But as you know, TVET is expensive. So within the law now, we are working on the possibility of having in place the training levy. And then, of course, the gains that we have made in the past, now we are rolling it forward. I didn't speak about this, but even within the new TVET Council, the employers are still taking the lead, and myself, I'm a member of the TVET Council as well. So that's basically it from my side. Over to you, Chair. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Yes, now I would like to invite Dr. Kim to begin his presentation.
Okay, my name is Youngseng Kim. I'm working for KRIBET, Korea Research Institute for Vocational Education and Training. Actually, I was in charge of the project manager of Bear 1 in Zambia. And then I involved in Bear 2, phase 2, as an entrepreneurship education package developer. So I visited 2 countries. I forgot the name, the Madagascar and the other country. Because after the vocational education, they need to start their own business because there are not jobs available at the market. Thus, we need to help them to start their own business or to create own job throughout this kind of opportunity. Actually, I'm talking about ASEAN Plus 3 and EAS. EAS Plus means ASEAN 10 countries plus Korea, Japan, China, and India, New Zealand. Yes, that is ASEAN Plus 6 EAS country. Actually, this program supported by Ministry of Education Korea and managed by KRIBET. Next, please. The name of the official name is EAS TVET Network. Network is not project. Project start one program and then after certain amount of time passed and finish. But program is ongoing because many countries, they want to have, they need a lot of support or sharing their ideas about how to develop their own vocational education or troubleshooting and the others. Thus, this is our network rationale. We want to share Korean experience of industrial development driven by strong Tibet linkage with ASEAN country. Because Korea started vocational education around 60 years ago, and then we tried to mimic German system many times, but we failed because it's not appropriate on developing country level. Because German model is too much advanced. Theoretically great, but practically very difficult to implement. Thus, we trying to create our own way how to develop the Tibet vocational education That's why we want to share our own experience, because we started from scratch. We are poor after the destruction of the Korean War, and then we have nothing there. But we started vocational education, and then at the same time, the Korean government started the economic development plan together. Thus, two systems working very well. Thus, become one of the model case of vocational education development. And then core strategy is a whole system approach from policy, school, and industry. Actually, I was international consultant. I work for UNESCO and World Bank and ILO many times. And then we have a workshop in another country. Sri Lanka, for example, have a 7 days workshop, and then we have a workshop with the policy, government, and then the head of the vocational school. And then after 1 week, wow, they understand a lot, and they love our workshop. And I visited again at the same institute and schools 2 years later. Nothing happened. We just provide the knowledge. They develop their own way of thinking only. But in their practice, no difference. Yeah, thus we realize that we need to go to the school level and practice level. Otherwise, no change comes. That's why we connected the policy. Thus when we have a program, we visit the Ministry of Education, just a one-day workshop. Thus we introduce our theory and then the best practice a lot. And then they agree. Then we go to the school level. School level, we develop the curriculum together. And then we have a real practice with the real situation. And then we visit, and then after then, we visited again 6 months later. They made a change at their level. But anyway, and then when the government officer realized that, yeah, this program make a little change at the school level, then become very, very, how can I say, encouraged. That is, I think, a good cycle. Thus, we visited school, Ministry of Education, school, and industry together. Thus, we have a workshop together. Thus, key objective is strengthening alignment, education and industry and policy, and building capacity of the digital green transition. Right now, green become real things. 10 years ago, green just green. But right now, many ASEAN countries have to develop the green Tibet, because otherwise they cannot export their product to Europe because of new regulation. 10 years ago, the green, the CO2 print, just a logo. But right now, it's a real regulation. Thus, right now, they need to change their system with the new technology and the new knowledge. And then building capacity of, and then last one is develop the sustainable regional skill development ecosystem. Actually, ASEAN countries, right now, we have 11 ASEAN countries. Do you know who is the 11th state? Which one is the 11th? East Timor. Timor-Leste become official membership country of ASEAN. Actually, I attended their ceremony. And they are very happy because it was a part of Indonesia, but now become an independent state. Thus, they want to do something. And in this system, I visited most of the ASEAN countries every year. Thus, when I look at their practice, their issue, a lot of similarities. Same issue, same initiative, same thing is going on. Thus, when they share their knowledge, experience, and the other, they learn from each other very well. Thus, actually, that is a key objective of program. And then policy level, I think, yeah, actually most of the developing countries, government officers, they are well educated. Not their country, in Korea, Japan, China, UK, and they know everything about the theory, but they do not know how to implement in the practice level. Thus, we want to share our experience of how to start a new program, how to make a change. And then school level is a curriculum modernization. For example, there are no Thai participants right now. Well, when we visited the Thai, we are working with the 6 Thai Tibet college. And then when I visited the first one in the local area, they never changed their curriculum last 40 years. Actually, the first time, UNESCO come and they developed a UNESCO project. After 40 years, they're still teaching same skill. That's why their employment is very low, and it's not appropriate their social development. Thus, we need to teach them how to change the curriculum, how to change the school structure. Actually, we have a lot of experience because in Korea, we change the curriculum every year. Every 5 years, we need to change the structure. Thus, even the vocational school, they change the curriculum every semester because otherwise they cannot hire new student because their parents very smart. After the graduation, if the good employment not available, they change. Even they can, after the graduation, they can study at the university. No competition right now. Thus, it's a competition among the employment and university education. Thus, they have to change. And in the Korean system, if they fail to hire a new teacher, a new student, they close down program. Even they close down the school. Thus, this is a real issue. But they never experience this kind of change, transformation, and the curriculum change. Thus, when we share our experience, they are very happy. They want to learn about how to change the curriculum, how to understand the market demand and the others. Thus, school-to-school level, they learn better. Actually, when I have a workshop with the school level, they learn theoretically, but practically, no. I'm not a available person to teach that theoretical level practice. But the school is like a bank. They have everything. The school-to-school cooperation, they learn a lot. And then industry linkage, and we visited the industry together, and then we have a survey together, and then they understand what is the industry need. I think I have 2 minutes. Yes, yeah, 2 minutes. And then last one is significance of model. As I said before, most of the ASEAN countries trying to mimic German system because German GIZ come to the country and they trying to spread their model, dual education system. It's like they become 10th grade, 6th grade. There are 2 pathways: go to the university or go to the workplace. Actually, this is not working in ASEAN context because in ASEAN context, if it's better to study at the university for vertical mobility. Actually, it's very familiar in the Indian context because education is important to improve their social status. But vocational education in their context is a highway to go down. That's why there are no vocational education working in this context. Thus, we need to provide real evidence. When they have a vocational education skill, they can upgrade their social status and income. That is the real things. But we have a real experience how to improve their social status throughout the vocational education experience. For example, MISO school. MISO school, when they have a MISO school connected to the Samsung Electronics, after the graduation, if they successfully finish the education, automatically they can start their career at the Samsung University, Samsung Electronics. Actually, Sookmyung University, how many percent you can get to the Samsung Electronics? Very competitive. But when they just finished the vocational high school and then started the Samsung Electronics without any discrimination, wow, this is real things. That's why some parents change their mindset. This is the real evidence of success. Thus, we want to share this experience, and then we're trying to, the Minister of Education, initiate this kind of change in their context. Okay, and the other is just you can see what kind of activity, and then we increase the environment, and then we have a lot of activities, especially conference. Because this conference is very, very special, because this is not theoretical conference. We are sharing our knowledge and our real issue among the ASEAN countries. They learn from each other. They have a connection. This is an ongoing project. And Minister of Education continue. This is very important because ASEAN become real partner of Korean economy and company. Because Korean company, they produce the real product, not in Korea, in ASEAN countries. Thus, we have an obligation to help and to help them to develop the vocational education system. That is the one of the way to enhance the cooperation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the very interesting presentation. Yes, now next, I would like to invite Professor Lee to begin her presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yuri Lee, working as assistant professor at Department of Health Information at Myungji College. It is a great honor to share our experience today. And before I begin, I would like to acknowledge that this work was created collectively by our RUPIC team, professors and researchers, as well as our colleagues at Bataan Peninsula State University in the Philippines. Today, I'm share our employment-linked program, a new model of education ODA that connects the language learning, basic training, field-based practice, and long-term career opportunity. The leading university project for international cooperation, LUPIC, is Korea flagship higher education development cooperation initiative by Korea Ministry of Education and National Research Foundation of Korea. It focuses on long-term partnership, capacity building, and practical and skill-based training. Our project with Bataan Peninsula State University established a new department of health information management, strengthen the digital health education capacity, and provide the foundation for the program I will introduce today. There are two important needs behind this program. First, the Philippines has a strong need for trained workers in health information, digital health, and long-term and community-based health care as its universal health care system expands. Second is Korea side. Korea is also experiencing the shortage in the long-term care workforce due to the demographic change. Our program was designated to meet both needs simultaneously, supporting workforce development in the Philippines, while strengthening Korea's ability to train and work with skilled international care professionals. This makes our program a new model of employment-linked education ODA that aligned with the Korea government direction toward the practical mutual beneficial development cooperation. This slide shows the structure of the program. Students first complete the Korean language training in the Philippines. Then they participate in basic training and introductory session in Seoul. Finally, they take part in real field practice in Busan, in long-term care setting, public health centers, and rehabilitation daycare center. Myungji College hosted 10 students through the program. Our partnership is based on 5-year RUPIC project to improve the health information management education. The employment-linked invitation program is the hands-on practice centers components of this collaboration. The program has 4 goals. Firstly, to help students expertise in Korea health system for long-term care and health information and digital health. Secondly, to build job-ready skill through direct practice. And thirdly, to strengthen cultural adaptability and professional values. And lastly, the deepen institutional cooperation. Students completed 3 months. Students completed 3 months of Korean language in the Philippines. Then they came to Korea for real experience. Weekly In Korea, weekly structure combined visited to major Korea technology companies and experience with the healthcare product companies, introduced to medical technology institution and dementia support service and simulation-based learning, as well as the cultural immersion activities. This gives the students a holistic understanding of Korea healthcare and care worker work environment. During the Seoul portion, students attended the orientation session and heard the lectures from the Korean expert and visited the sector such as Korea technology and medical device innovation. These experiences help students understand how health-related industries operate in Korea. The field practice in Busan was the mostly transforming part of the program. Students assisted older adults, supported rehabilitation activities, observed community health program, and engaged with the dementia prevention and care services. Their reflection shows that the significant personal and professional growing, confirming that field-based learning truly prepares students for a real-world environment. Every day, students wrote self-reflection about their learning. They shared the meaningful moment and cultural observation and lessons about dignity in care. Weekly Padlet reflects how students see their own progress and learn each other's experience. Our pre and post evaluation results shows clear growth in professional values and higher confidence and resilience and global health competencies and more realistic understanding of working in elderly care setting. These finds demonstrate the value of a practical and field-based vocational education. Qualitative finding highlights the greater understanding of a healthcare and care system in Korea and strong appropriation of a person-centered care and clear long-term care motivation. This result shows how students mature in skill, mindset, and identity. The important institutional outcome, our LUPIC collaboration with the BPSU in Philippines, for the Myungji College, we were selected by the Korea Ministry of Justice in 2025 as the official Fallen Caregiver Training College. This designation recognizes that our model creates a real workforce pathway and supports future collaboration between Korea and the Philippines. This slide shows the potential long-term pathway. The students may continue their training in Myungji College, earn their caregiver certification, and work in Korea in long-term care institution with the possibility of receiving a working visa. So let me highlight three key messages. Firstly, this program was a new model of the employment-linked education ODA, moving beyond short visit into a full sequence of preparation, training, practice, and opportunity. Secondly, field-based vocational training truly transforms students into work-ready talent, both in skills and the professional identity. And last but not least, the program built a sustainable Korea-Philippine workforce pathway, strengthening by the RUPIC project. Our partnership with BPSU and our national designation as a Fallen Caregiver Training College. These are all I want to say. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the cooperation of the speakers. We still have 8 minutes. Yes, thank you to all speakers again for your excellent presentation. Today we heard 3 strong and connected perspectives on how Tibet can empower youth and local community. From Uganda, we saw how an employer-led approach and sector skill councils can create a sustainable Tibet system. From the Asian region, we learned that how a policy school industry model supports digital and green skills. And from the Philippine-Korea partnership, we saw how an employment-linked program can connect training and field practice to real job pathways. Together, these talks show that Tibet is most effective when training, practice, and employment are closely linked. Thank you again to our speakers for sharing such valuable ideas. I guess it's time for the opening the floor. Yeah. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand. Okay. And then before asking the questions, please state your name and affiliation. And then also Mr. Opio is joining us. So if you have questions, you can ask him too. Yeah, please.
Thank you for giving me this chance to ask the questions. And this is Mingyang from AP Wing, Asia Pacific Information Network Center, and we are also implementing the Education ODA to the 4 Asian countries. So my question actually will go to Dr. Douglas and Dr. Kim. So my first question is about, actually I am interested in this vocational training a lot, so I've been looked up some information about this ODA vocational training, ODA vocational training, and I found out the duration of those kind of Tibet program are quite short to fully make students to equip with those kind of necessary skills. So is there any strategy or others like policies in the international level to tackle this kind of challenges? This is my first question. And my second question is very simple. Dr. Kim mentioned about the Green Tibet. I just want to know some examples about that. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Douglas Opio, would you respond to the questions, please?
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I think I will respond to the first. So in terms of short courses, in the case of Uganda, we are building a qualification framework, a TVET qualification framework. So what we do is we have developed it as a modular system. So the person might do a small component, but it's part of a model that leads into a certification. So what I would encourage is more to look at it in a modular way. So you basically fragment a bit the competences required for a particular unit and ensure that the component you're delivering contributes towards that particular certification. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, and then Dr. Kim.
Short-term training very difficult to manage. If they have a position, work, and if they want to just upgrade the skill, it's very easy to upgrade the skill program. But if they do not have any plan after the training, we need more focusing on career education. They need to look at after the training, after education, what they are going to do, and with the skill. Because we need to provide the job opportunity, and the other opportunity we provide. Otherwise, they would not change their mind. And then, actually, I work in this Tibet network over 20 years. Yeah, those are usually the Tibet, Korean Tibet experts come to Tibet, and then they finish the Tibet project, they leave. They do not come back. But the accumulation of experience is very important because vocational education is much more complicated than normal school, just normal studies. Because we need to many teach not just skill but also career development and the other things is so much size is big. Thus, I think to become a real expert in vocational education, you need to stay longer and you need to do many projects, different setting. And about your second question about Green Tibet, yeah, I visit, we have a 8 EAS Tibet Network Conference in Malaysia 1 month ago. And then the main subject of the real issue of the Tibet in Malaysia is green. Because they want to become a center of the logistic industry. Because more than 50% of the vessel go around the Malay Peninsula. Yeah, thus they want to do the center and hub of the logistic. In that case, they need to accept all the regulation from European country. Thus they are changing the curriculum, but also they're changing everything together. Thus right now, green is a real issue. Thus we need to take care of the green carefully. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the response. Yes, is there anyone who have questions for the presenters? I think we can close the session, right? I missed that, sorry. Yeah. Please.
Hello. I want to ask a question to Dr. Kim. Yeah. Thank you for your presentation. I could learn lessons about the South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation. And I thought about the triangular cooperation, which is quite popular nowadays in the ODA field. And so I think there should be someone who take the rule, sharing the specific context to understand the area. So have you had communication with the stakeholders who understand the context? Or just have you ever suggested the policy which fits to the country? So considering the context. Thank you.
Okay, BEAR project is one of the tripartite, the project, UNESCO, Korea, and African countries. And the coordination is very difficult because each stakeholder, they have different ideas and different views about, but it takes time. But if tripartite system working very well, very productive. That's why BEAR 1, 2, 3 continue. Right now, BEAR stage 3 is initiated. Douglas, right? Yeah, actually we have a workshop in Kiribati. Okay. And then next one is I'm working on the cooperation program, OECD, Korea, and ASEAN. Because ASEAN, some of the leading countries of ASEAN become a membership state of OECD. Thus OECD, Center for Skill, want to help them to develop their system to make a database and the others. Korea is one of the examples. How to prepare to become a membership state of the OECD. Thus now we are figuring out how to work together because we have a connection with ASEAN more closely. That is another initiative. That's, I think that in that case, you can find more opportunity and cooperation with this framework.
Thank you for the response. I guess it's, we have to close session 2. Thank you again for the speakers for your valuable insight, and also thank you to the audience for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you again, participants from the floor and the distinguished speakers and Professor Chair. This session was about the role of vocational training and university and industry collaboration, which connects the skills and independence. And it was particularly great that we could hear hands-on experience from practitioners from Uganda and ASEAN and the Philippines. Well, we are now going to have quick 10 to 15 minutes break, and I'd like to see you back here again at 2 o'clock. Right? Thank you. Hello again. May I invite the participants and speakers of the session number 3 up to the floor, please? And now we are going to begin with our session number 3, based on our session 1 and 2, which was about the education for all and vocational education. Here and now we are going to talk about the role of higher education in light of innovation and global solidarity. And the session 3 is going to be chaired by Professor Kim Sun-ju. She is a professor in the College of Future Convergence at the Pugyang National University. She is also serving as a program director of the university's Public Institution Innovation Leadership and Performance Management. And her expertise includes international cooperation in higher education and entrepreneurship competence. Please join me welcoming our distinguished participants and chair.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sun-ju Kim from Pugyang National University in Busan. Today, we will explore a topic of tremendous importance, higher education, ODA. It goes far beyond financial aid. It represents a commitment by nations to collaborate in building human capital and achieving sustainable development for all. As someone who has worked in the field of international higher education over 10 years, I can tell you with confidence that today's 5 presentations showcase some of the most inspiring higher education ODA initiatives I have encountered. Let us begin with our first speaker. Her name is Wiwit Widiatmanti from Indonesia. Now I would like to invite you all to Yogyakarta, Indonesia, right? Yes, please take the stage.
Well, thank you, Professor Kim. Distinguished guests, honorable speakers, and also respected participants of the 12th Education ODA Conference. It's indeed a great pleasure to be here to share with you about the Unitwin program conducted in Indonesia through collaboration between Sookmyung University and also UTAS Gadjah Mada. I would like to share the experience how this program have a really significant impact on the community contribution for the sustainable future, and what is the proposal for UGM to be able to create a program for future sustainable activity in Indonesia. So I believe most of you So I believe most of you already knew about the Unitwin program, but I would like to briefly explain about the Sookmyung Unitwin program in Indonesia. So the Unitwin program, launched by UNESCO in 1992, promote international inter-university cooperation and networking. In Indonesia, to the program titled Women Empowerment Through ICT Skill and Leadership Education, it's aligned with the South Korean ODA goals and also with the UNESCO's Sustainable Development Goals. And through collaboration with Sookmyung Women University, through Upwing, we has been a UNESCO chair institution since 2016. We create a program with a significant goals and also aligned with the strategic goals in Indonesia, including increasing the educational opportunity for women, changing the perception toward women's empowerment as an essential tool to achieve gender equality in developing countries, contributing the socio-economic development of the country, and also supporting the teaching and research capacity on development of higher education. So we already have 8 years collaboration with Sookmyung University since 2018, including still running the program during the pandemic. So this is the historical activity that we've been conducted in UGM. Also, we keep running during the after COVID in 2022, 2023, and also 2024. So this program is really acknowledged by our executive leader, as we have 5 higher education female university executive leaders, including myself. Previous university leaders, none of them, it's only one female executive leader in university level, the higher university level, and at the moment we have also the first elected female rector of Indonesia. So our vice rector for education and teaching in UGM highlight the importance of this program by mentioning that Unit Twin is a tangible form of UGM commitment to encouraging students, especially women, to emerge as transformation leader capacity and also the ability to address the talents of the digital area. So this program of Unity, UNESCO program conducted by some Sookmyung University and also UGM being a highlight program in terms of preparing the significant opportunity for women in terms of IT acknowledgement. In terms of the activity of Sookmyung UNESCO Unity Twin, it's very famous in UGM. It's shown by the number of applicants, that more than 200% compared to the available spot. So we have to really carefully to do the selection based on the motivation, the commitment, and also English proficiency. And not to mention Korean language proficiency. As you know that Korean K-pop is really famous in Indonesia. I think everyone knows. Well, I only know Blackpink and BTS, but I believe the younger generation know all of the K-pop group that really well established in Korea. So in terms of international network, we believe that Sookmyung University already expand international network to implement this program, not only in Indonesia, but also in Cambodia and also in Thailand. And our students have opportunity to also share their experience after they join the Unit Twin program with students from Cambodia and also Thailand. So thank you so much for that, the support from this program. So while there is a significant development and also expanding of the Unit Twin program, in UGM and Indonesia, unfortunately, the number of participants decreased since 2021 to 2025. So we believe there is a homework from UGM side, from Indonesian side, to make sure the sustainability of this program. In fact, that this program has a really significant impact. And also we already noticed that there is several key strengths of Unit Twin program in Indonesia through collaboration with Sookmyung University and UGM. The first is the international collaboration with local university, and also the focus of women empowerment in ICT, capacity building with sustainable development, and also the hybrid and scalable learning models that being implemented among Indonesian area, which we have more than 5 big islands and 17,000 islands in Indonesia, and also how to leverage this activity to be based our foundation for the policy and ecosystem influence in terms of education for women. So we try to connect this UNITIN program with the national program in terms of IT. We have a program conducted by Minister of Communication, also Information. We have a Cominfo Digital Literacy Empowerment. We also have the Plan Indonesia for Government Support and also National Digital Transformation Agenda, which is almost similar with the program that's conducted in UNITIN program. On the other hand, we also have UGM Women Empowerment Program by Student Community Service, or we call KKN PPM. So every year we send about 10,000 students to the area 34 province in Indonesia, which are categorized under a developed area and the uttermost and also most remote based on the capital city in its province in Indonesia. So based on this activity, the similar activity in the national and also UGM level, we want to promote, to collaborate or to integrate the UNITIN program with the KKN PPM values. Before we go into that matters, we want to just share what is actually KKN values. We want to share knowledge, and also we want to share education. And the important thing that how we can provide the significant impact, the involvement of higher education community, especially women, to develop public trust among the community. We believe there are many programs and also issues, and also especially in the climate change and other issues, even in the level global or in the national global, that we have to translate or communicate to the community, so the community from the smallest unit can contribute in addressing the issues. So not only depending of the government program. So UGM actually already established this program since 1951. And we, in the first year of this implementation, we already sent 1,000 students as a volunteer, as a teaching staff in 161 high schools in 97 cities in Indonesia. So at the moment, after more than 70 years of the KN program, we try to still maintaining the status that UGM is University of People. So from these values, we want to expand that in the future, the collaboration with UGM and also some university under UNITIN program, we're able to do the community centers and multidisciplinary approach with impactful regional development initiatives, so we can provide the foundation for the public policy in terms of innovation and national development support. This is a program that we already done in terms of the environment and also at the health area. There is a highlight here that last year, we sent a student to Papua, a small island we call Sarmi, and there is a student heroically assisted a childbirth at the sea when tried to delivering the mother to the main hospital in the mainland. Because the knowledge and also supported by the group of the student and also local community, the baby was safely delivered under a really good standard of healthcare service by the Indonesian student. So this is the location of our KKN. So we expect in the future, by collaboration between UNITIN and the Sookmyung University, we're able also spread the program through Indonesia. Today, actually, we also have the first initiation to have KKN in Timor-Leste. In fact, our rector at the moment is attending the invitation from His Excellency of the President of Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste to be awarded representing UGM the exceptional, important, and historical significant award, the Order of Timor-Leste, because the initiation of the KKN program. So maybe from the previous speaker, actually, there is a program already in Timor-Leste. We can also collaborate with that. And yep. Maybe I skipped that one. So this is several program that I think are really relevant with the Unit Twin program in terms of applying IT for the micro and also small and medium enterprise program among the rural community, and also how to develop the technology for the regional empowerment through women, especially in terms of the food security. We also apply that. And also, there is several strategic issues that we try to deliver or address the problem through the IT. So we propose the strategic opportunity for unity collaboration with KK and PPM in Indonesia, using all the existing program. And we also would like to implement the IT with the assistance from the Sookmyung University Unit Twin program to develop the climate change mitigation program through IT to translate the understanding of the issue of the climate change among the people in Indonesia, especially the rural area and the small islands that we have more than 10,000 islands. So we also expect that the successful model from Indonesia can be scaled worldwide, positioning UGM and also Sookmyung University as a hub for women digital empowerment, of course, supported by Ministry of Education of Korea, collaboration and Ministry of Education Indonesia. I think that's all from me. Kamsahamnida. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Watiamanti. Thank you for your time-conscious and valuable presentation. I can see your dedication to empowering women college students through digital literacy and community engagement. That was very inspiring. Now we move our geographic focus from Southeast Asia to Central Asia, Kazakhstan. I would like to invite Professor Kim Jae-soo. He's in online. Oh, yes. Can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you.
Oh, yes. I will briefly introduce you to the audience. Professor Jae-soo Kim from Seoul National University of Science and Technology. He is a renowned researcher on Kazakhstan's startup ecosystem. Now, the floor is yours. You can start your presentation.
Okay, thank you for the chair. Good afternoon. What I'm going to talk today is Kazakhstan startup ecosystems. Our presentation in this order consists of a total of 8 parts. First of all, Kazakhstan is the largest economy in Central Asia. And this economy is heavily reliant on the extraction and export of commodities like oil, gas, and minerals. Now the government is implementing long-term policies to diversify the economy away from its reliance on resource extractions. According to the report, Kazakhstan has emerged as one of the world's fastest growing tech hubs, transforming from a resource-dependent economy into a vibrant innovation ecosystem. The country's tech sector is now valued at $26 billion, representing an 18-fold increase since 2019, a growth rate that significantly outpaced the global average of 2.6 times during the same period. In the Global Startup Ecosystem Index 2025, the country is ranked 70 worldwide, having climbed 4 spots from the previous years, and maintains stable position as the #1 startup ecosystem in Central Asia, followed by Uzbekistan. Kazakhstan's setup ecosystem has achieved remarkable 2.9% startup to unicorn conversion rate, surpassing global tech leaders, including Israel, China, and the United States. Key achievements include the ecosystem grew by 21.3% over the past years. The volume of venture capital investment in the country reached $71 million, accounting for 74% of all VCDs in the region. Digital revolution is also reshaping Kazakhstan labor market. As of 2024, the country had over 18,000 IT companies employing 187,000 people, 12% annual increase in employment. Kazakhstan tech ecosystem centers around 3 distinct success stories that showcase a different pathway to unicorn status: Kaspi, Freedom Holding Corp, Higgsfield AI. Kazakhstan 2025 population is estimated at 21 million people, which is equivalent to 0.25% of the total world population. And this nation's economy is forecast to grow by 5.7% this year. The World Bank has raised its GDP growth forecast for 2025 to 5.5% to 4.5% for 2026. Now, the Astana Hub International Technopark IT startups located in the capital of Kazakhstan provide tax and visa benefit, modern infrastructure, access to the IT community and networking, PR support, and free workspace. The more than 1,500 companies from 28 countries currently registered at Astana Hub for global founders looking for the perfect launching pad to become a unicorn, including over 440 members, have generated $943 million in tech export, attracted $665 million in investment, achieved a total income of $2.7 billion, and created over 28,000 jobs. Throughout the 2024, Astana Hub continued to implement key accelerated programs that provide the startup with great opportunity to enter global market and attract investors. This demonstrates a systematic approach to startup development with measurable outcomes. The Silkway Accelerator, developed in partnership with Google for Startups, provide concrete evidence of program effectiveness. That is, this program fostered project growth and helped participants expand into new markets. And Alchemist X and Silicon Valley residency program, both launched in 2024, further boosted Kazakh tech companies' export potential. And Hero Training is distinctive 5-week acceleration program held at Draper University's Silicon Valley campus. This program provides unparalleled support for startups looking to enter the US market. Now, Kazakhstan dominates the Central Asia venture capital market, and this nation continued to strengthen its position as Central Asia's leading venture capital hub, securing $71 million investment 2024, which account for 74% of all regional deals. And this nation remains the most dynamic player in the region, with an annual investment growth rate of 35% since 2018. Kazakhstan 12 venture fund managed a total of $157 million in 2024, with 32% already invested in startups. According to the report, the total assets under management by a regulated fund in Kazakhstan reached $1.8 billion. Of these, about 56% is managed under national regulation, while 44%, equivalent to approximately $800 million, is regulated by the AIFC. Kazakhstan government unveiled plans to target $1 billion investment to help regional startups and cutting-edge technologies. The government upcoming $1 billion fund is expected to significantly shape these dynamics in 2025. This initiative seeks to develop a startup ecosystem, strengthen Kazakhstan's position as a regional hub for technology and innovation, and attract global expertise. The fund will focus on promising areas, including AI, digital health, and other key technology sectors. Among those, AI will be the top priority. Now, I would like to briefly share success stories. According to the report, in just 60 years, Kazakhstan has evolved from a resource-driven economy to become one of the world's fastest growing tech hubs, driven by the rise of companies, including Kaspi and Freedom Holding Corp., the country's most successful billion-dollar unicorns. And this nation has reached a new milestone on the global innovation map as Higgsfield AI becomes the first unicorn startup in the nation's history, with a valuation exceeding $1 billion. And Higgsfield AI's unique project incubated at Astana Hub. Kazakhstan has set its sight on creating 5 domestic unicorns, boosting IT export to $5 billion and integrating at least 25 AI products annually across various economic sectors by 2029. I'll skip next few slides. Now, let's look at the leading sectors and see what opportunity they are. According to the analysis, Kazakhstan's economic growth is largely based on gas and oil revenue, accounting for around 35% of GDP and 75% of exports. This is latest data showing startup distribution by sectors, as shown in the figure on the right. Education is the most popular industry and market group within the top 3. AI in particular opens up new opportunities for personalizing learning, automating learning processes, which makes investment in edtech even more attractive. And e-commerce remains one of the most dynamic sectors of Kazakhstan economy. This nation's fintech sector is thriving, with the number of fintech startups growing from around 50 in 2018 to 200 in 2024. Furthermore, the sectors are showing very high growth as follows. Among these, Kazakhstan is developing its own language model, Kaz LLM, which will serve as the foundation for various technological solutions domestic companies create. AI-based products, including AI assistant in various services, are already emerging from this platform. Now, let's briefly look at the support and policies at the national level. The Digital Kazakhstan strategy launched in 2018 has been successful in developing comprehensive digital government systems and starting to put in place legal and regulatory conditions for the digital transition of the Kazakh economy. By 2025, this nation has emerged as a regional frontrunner in digital transformation, not only in fintech and IT export, but also in the delivery of public services, AI development, and broadband connectivity. Kazakhstan includes in the world top 10 for the online services indexes, mark pivotal achievement. According to 2024 UN Government Development Index, country rose 4 positions to rank 24th globally, outperforming major economies such as Germany, China, and Australia. Among CIS countries, Kazakhstan leads the digital governance race. As we have seen, Astana Hub drives digital transformation in Kazakhstan by fostering an innovation ecosystem that supports IT startup through incubation, acceleration programs, and access to investors and international partners. It attracted foreign companies with favorable tax and visa policies, promotes the development of the local IT sectors, and serves as a central hub for technological progress and innovation in the region. Key initiatives include the venture fund, government-sponsored IT training program, and focus on emerging technologies like AI. By 2025, AI will be fully integrated across various industries, helping to drive efficiency, innovation, and progress across Kazakhstan. By 2029, Kazakhstan aims to create 5 Kazakh unicorn companies, increase IT export to $5 billion, and annually implement at least 25 AI products in various economic sectors.
Professor Kim? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, you have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, just one slide.
Yeah, please wrap up.
Let's look at what the challenge and the barriers are. Why more than 60% of startups in Kazakhstan have historically struggled with securing funds. New initiatives are helping to bridge this gap, attracting both domestic and international investment. Despite significant improvement, the business climate still presents challenges like market instability and regulatory hurdles that affect investment confidence. Remaining digital connectivity gap in terms of mobile internet quality and low coverage in several rural, small urban areas impede firms' adoption of digital technologies. I will conclude my talks by summarizing today's topics. In just 6 years, Kazakhstan has evolved from a resource-driven economy to become one of the world's fastest growing tech hubs. Now worth $26 billion, 18-fold increase since 2019. And the Kazakhstan startup ecosystem is thriving thanks to strong government backing alongside the efforts of private venture capital firms and angel investors. A $1 billion venture capital fund aims significantly at supporting AI-driven startups. This initiative complements the earlier establishment of Astana Hub Ventures, a fund designed to back startups not only from Kazakhstan and Central Asia, but also from international market. That's all from me. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Professor Kim. The statistics you presented, like 18 times growth and 3 unicorns, I think it represents a remarkable success story. Now we move to different cases. Healthcare workforce development, both in Sri Lanka and Laos. Let's invite Professor Ojia from Inje University.
I'm afraid I don't have much time. Good afternoon, this is Jinao. I'm a nursing professor and the project manager of the leading university project for international cooperation. We call the project as LUPIC. Actually, it is supported by the National Research Foundation and the Ministry of Education in South Korea. I would like to introduce my experience of ODA project and to explain the importance of nurses' capacity improvement through international educational cooperation. I'm sorry, how can I move this? Okay. I'm working at Inje University with 5 hospitals. Father John Lee Tae-seok, who is called Dr. Schweitzer of Korea. He was a Korean doctor and Catholic priest. So I'm very proud of him, who graduated Inje Medical College in 1987. So he emphasized on human being and healed the world with interfaith activities. This spirit is also the founding philosophy of Inje University. Following Father John Lee's spirit, Inje University has been performed lots of ODA projects funded by Korea government and any other organizations. And as for me, I'm working with ODA project for 20 years. I've been focused on the third and fourth SDGs. As you know, the third goal is of SDG is the good health and the well-being, and the fourth goal is quality education. This education for nurses is essential to the quality of care they can provide for people and communities. My first ODA project was LUPIC, which took place in Sri Lanka from 2013 to 2019. The project title was the Enhancement of Bachelor Degree Course in Nursing School for Enhancement of Sri Lanka Health Status. The workshop for nursing leaders of Sri Lanka was held 20 times during 6 years. Curriculum development process and the teaching and learning strategies and evaluation method at all were included in the workshops. 9 Sri Lankan nursing students as nursing leaders studied at Inje University. They want to get the master or doctoral degree through LUPIC project and the GKS program. Actually, I'm glad to meet the GKS students from others in this panel today. And anyway, the 9 Sri Lankan students were hired as new nursing teachers when they came back their country, Sri Lanka. After 4 years from this project, a nursing curriculum development for bachelor degree, the government of Sri Lanka decided to build new nursing faculty with new curriculum, actually developed by our team. Finally, January 11th, 2018, the inauguration of the Faculty of Nursing was held at the at the Colombo University. Actually, Colombo is the capital city of Sri Lanka. It was an honor to attend the inauguration ceremony for me. The same year, in 2018, I have a lecture. Actually, the 95 new students entered to Faculty of Nursing, Colombo University. I had a lecture for the new students and about the nursing philosophy, and for new nursing educators about role of nurse educators. I emphasized that they should become nurse leaders in Sri Lanka. Another brilliant achievement of ours was a training for emergency nurses. Sri Lankan nurses established the Sri Lankan Society of Emergency Nurses, SSEN. You can visit the SSEN website. I'm not sure if you remember 6 years ago, there was a terrorist attack targeting many random people in Easter Day at Colombo. At that time, the trained emergency nurses cared for patients right there. After then, Sri Lanka broadcast reported the news. So I was so proud of them. I think it is real good outcomes from the ODA project. Actually, the emergency nurses was well trained by our project. As the experience Sri Lankan project, I started another ODA project as a LUPIC also, with the same way about nurses' improvement in Lao PDR from 2020 to 2027. The title is is very similar to enhancement of nurses' competencies through remodeling of nursing curriculum and improvement of a healthcare environment in Lao PDR. This project, which is currently in progress, will also be complete in a year and a half. This is the 6th year of the ongoing project. This is a PDM. The final goal is a leading role performance of nursing education in Laos. As you know, a global pandemic needs a strong nursing staff engagement in clinical management, awareness, and knowledge exchange, and public safety. When I started the second LUPIC project, I had very difficulty signing MOU because due to COVID-19. Finally, the MOU ceremony was postponed by 1 year and held in webinar. After MOU, my partner university, University of Health Science, UHS in Laos, and Inje University began active exchange regarding this pandemic era. Actually, for online class, non-face-to-face class, our team provided a computer-assisted learning theater. And these days, this computer room is used not only nursing college, not only by the Department of Nursing, but also by other departments, faculties, and public officials in Laos. Actually, sophisticated nursing techniques are very critical for restoring patients' health. Therefore, well-developed nursing skills labs should be prepared. To improve nursing skills lab, we remodeled an old and outdated nursing skills lab and supported practical equipment. In addition, nursing core skills that are basic and very important were selected, and protocols, manual books, checklists, and educational videos were developed. The total of 29 items of nursing core skills were classified into 3 levels by difficulty level, including basic, intermediate, and advanced. As you can see, all of the contents has been uploaded on YouTube. Thus, nursing teachers and students and the nurses of the hospitals across Laos can learn by watching videos at any time. My project team developed the educational materials for Lao people and experts about COVID virus, pathophysiology, and prevention of infectious disease with Lao version. At that time, it's very important, the COVID prevention and any other things. In addition, 26 educational videos were developed on curriculum development, teaching and learning strategies, and MCQ development for enhancing competencies of nursing educators. All of the educational videos have been uploaded to YouTube also. The videos are produced in Lao language and dubbed in Lao language also. I would like to show you a short clip of a workshop to develop the MCQ test for nursing faculties. The workshop on various topics was held twice a year in Vientiane. Yes, this is our real workshop status. Actually, the faculties of Inje University Nursing College, we visited there and trained the nursing educators for developing the MCQ. MCQ means multiple question education and multiple choice questionnaire for developing the national licensure examination for nurses. Okay, so upon completion of each workshop, all participants will receive a certificate of completion. We were worried about the first LUPIC workshop held in 2020 would work out because it had been held during pandemic. However, the first workshop was a success. All participants took a mask on their face. I'm going to visit Laos several times, actually for the workshop twice a year. And next month for the 10th workshop, I will visit there. And it is very important to improve the quality of nursing for the prevention of disease and the maintenance and the promotion of health of all mankind. And it is possible through the improvement of nursing education. So under the all circumstances, we will work more closely with nursing education institutions in developing countries that need improvement in nursing education. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Ward. The dedication you showed. I think the president's attendance in the nursing faculty opening and the hundreds of educational videos for Laos students on YouTube is very remarkable. Now, once again, we move to another story. Particularly, now we are listening to very vivid stories. I would like to invite Aurélie Rombat. She is a GKS alumni and she traveled from Paris to Korea. Let's invite her.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very honored to be here today to talk more about my experience as the GKS alumni. So first, it was mentioned in the previous presentation, but also we've mentioned before, what is GKS? So GKS is the Global Korea Scholarship. It's a scholarship that offers academic opportunities. So first, 1 year of Korean language, so intensively studying Korean, and then degree programs. So it goes from undergraduate, master degree to PhD in over 70 designated Korean universities and in different, a wide range of field of studies. So the scholarship covers tuition fees, monthly stipends, and even airfare and visa support and other additional support. And in terms of eligibility, it's a very competitive scholarship, and it has age requirement and also minimum GPA, needs to be top 20% of your class. And there are different ways to access the scholarship. You can apply directly to an embassy and then choose up to 3 universities, or directly, if you already know which university you want to apply in Korea, you can apply directly to the university. So a little bit more about me. So as mentioned, I am from France and I traveled to South Korea. I was studying international relations and I was very interested in Asia and specialized in Asia. And I got the scholarship in 2021 and started with studying Korean intensively in Konyang University in Nonsan. And then I got my master's degree in Ajo University in International Development and Cooperation in Suwon. So GKS allowed me to access Korean university, and everyone can also access the top universities. So AWA and Seoul National University are also part of the opportunities. It allows personal growth. You have access to develop your skills. You can be more independent, develop your adaptability. So GKS is also very important to help you build a global network. So GKS brings together a lot of people from diverse backgrounds. So you have also access to the university club, so you're mixing both with international students and Korean students. And now some of the past GKS students that were studying with me are still in Korea in companies, but also abroad in, for example, their country in tourism organizations. So it helps build a very strong network. It helps promote mutual understanding, so it broadens your views. GK helps break down stereotypes and foster mutual respect. It offers opportunity. You have a lot of opportunities, so school festivals. I learned how to make kimchi. I was also presenting during class to Koreans. So it really transforms your life and builds lasting international partnerships. So I am now working at the Green Climate Fund. And funny enough, in my department, there was also an old GKS scholar, and some new interns that join as well are GKS scholars. So the Green Climate Fund is the world's largest multilateral climate fund, and it's based in Songdo in Korea. So without the GKS scholarship, my life, I think, would be very different. So yes, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Relly. I think her story shows an example how Korean education system creates a global leader. Now, I would like to share another GKS success story. Swamin Singh from India. Swamin, please share your story.
Hi everyone, I am Swarnim and I am from India. I am very honored to be here as a presenter, and I am thankful that I am able to share my journey from GKS scholarship to a global career. So I came to Korea in 2015 on a different scholarship, but since I am here to speak about Global Korea Scholarship, so I started my journey in 2016 to 2018 in Sogang University, and I graduated in my master's in international trade. So as you can see, I am from India. My journey starts from wearing an Indian sari to Korean hanbok. And yes, in India, I did my undergraduate in BTech in biotechnology, and then I started learning Korean. I did my double undergraduate in Korean language and literature, and then I found this opportunity and I came to Korea to study and continue my master's. When I first came to Korea, I had a lot of challenges which I faced. First of all, it was weather, because I come from a hot country where the temperatures are around 50 degrees Celsius, and now coming to Korea where the temperature is below minus 10 degrees Celsius. So it was so hard for me to adjust to the weather. I had to wear, double layers of pants, and but I got used to it now. So when I go back to India, like for me, the weather is very Shivanhada. It's cool. And the second thing, of course, was food, because I am a vegetarian. I was a vegetarian, I would say, because in my country, 33% of the population is vegetarian, so that is a huge population. And it was very hard for me to adjust in Korea initially, because there were not many vegetarian options. However, these days, you can see a lot of vegan restaurants in Korea. So I see too much of development in Korea, since a lot of foreigners are coming from different countries. So Korea is also opening to different choices of different people. And the third, shocking culture for me was sauna, of course. So, but again, like it was, though it was shocking for me to see people not wearing clothes and bathing in a common room. But for me, I think after realizing that it is good for health and also for the mind, it relaxes your mind and body, I got used to it, and now I enjoy it. Recently, I took my parents to the sauna. They were also shocked, but they really enjoyed it. So when I speak about my transition to career in Korea, I started my education in Sogang University. While I was doing my master's, I got several opportunities to work with Seoul government. One of them was working as an intern with the Seoul government to sign an MOU between Delhi and Seoul as a sister city MOU. So that was one of the biggest achievement for me, because coming to a foreign country and working with the government was something which I had never imagined. And it was only through GKS that I got such kind of opportunity. And another opportunity which I got was to work with the Seoul Minsok Pangmulgwan, like Seoul Folk Museum, where I taught Korean students about Indian Korean. So that was also a very good experience for me. And I also had an opportunity to work with chaebols like Hyundai Elevator. And gradually I changed my career to different private companies. And finally now I'm working as a brand marketer for Thalba. I'm sure you must be aware of how popular that company is. So I am leading the Indian market, and I think since last year there has been a dramatic increase in the growth of Thalba as a brand in India. So far through my journey, what I want to share with you is that I have learned adaptability, because when we come to a different culture, and if we are not flexible and we just stick to our values, for example, if I just stick being a vegetarian, then it is hard for me to adjust. And for example, when I go to company dinners, it is very hard for me to interact and go on Heshik's team dinners, because I am the only person who don't eat meat. It is a bit difficult for me. Of course, I respect everyone's eating habit, but sometimes we have to change ourselves to, to be included in another culture.
Yeah.
So
Swami, would you please wrap up the presentation?
Okay, sure. So first of all, what I learned was flexibility. We have to change ourselves. And the second thing is learning a language of a country where you are going, because when you come to another country, even though it is sometimes it's easy to survive with English, but in a country like Korea, if you don't know Korean, it is very hard, especially if you want to really understand the culture of that country. The third one is global mindset. So interacting with people from different countries, respecting their culture and understanding their perspective is one of the key elements which I learned through my journey. And with this, I just want to say that it is now my time to give back to the community. So right now I am mentoring students who want to come to Korea on a scholarship or without scholarship, and through my social media page. And I am also working actively as a GKS alumni community member, organizing events and also responsible for the social media page. And I also organize events for my community in Korea, bridging gap between India and Korea. So with this, I want to end my presentation, and I want to emphasize on the importance of higher education, and that I believe in the power of education to transform your personality and future. Thank you.
Thank you, Swami, for sharing your success story. Now, I would like to open the floor for the questions. Please feel free to ask questions or share your comments. Okay? Yes. Please briefly introduce yourself. Yeah. Due to the time limit, I would like to have one more questions after this.
Hello, my name is Na Young-jeon from International Cooperation Team at Korea Disabled People's Institute. Actually, first of all, I want to say that I was very thankful for your insightful presentation. I have a question to Professor Ojina. So my question was, actually you mentioned the successful outcomes from Laos and Sri Lanka. Since the success of Education ODA depends heavily on the country context. So I believe the process of country selection is very important. So could you briefly introduce or rationale for selecting Laos or Sri Lanka? And the second question is that, before selecting the country, do you make the curriculum for the nursing area? Or do you have any specific process for asking what do you want to learn from like that? So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your question. Actually, yes, when I selected the country, because in the university have a lot of ODA project. Actually, Sri Lanka is our previous workshop place, the project place. So it is very easy to contact the Sri Lanka. Actually, the first project is focused on the IT, the information technology, but they said actually the healthcare is very important. They say us, so we just easily contact to Sri Lanka and the Ministry of Health of Sri Lanka. And Laos is also, we have already gone there, be there. So actually selection is not difficult for us. So, and another one is curriculum. Actually, when we visited the Sri Lanka and the Laos, already the JICA came there and they gave their curriculum. But I thought it is needed to adopted their own curriculum. So I established curriculum development committee as an Lao people and Sri Lankan people. So we just supported to develop their own curriculum, and we actually the curriculum is developed by our team. They develop their own curriculum. We just facilitate, we just support it. So actually, it is my very proud thing. It is very important thing. I think so.
Yes, next question. Does anyone? Oh, yeah, there.
Good afternoon. My name is Daewon Lee. I'm a program coordinator in Handong University. First of all, thank you very much for your detailed and smooth presentation. I'd like to ask one short question. How do you measure your program impact? Because as I have seen, there's a wonderful program going on. In order to continue this program, we might need to demonstrate how this program could be, it has long-term impact to Korean government or to your local community. I'd like to hear any action or any measures that your institution is doing. Thank you very much again.
That's a short question, but still big question. Professor Richard? Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for the question. I already mentioned on the presentation that there is a significant progress that we already conducted, especially communicating internally in UGM, under suggestion and also the recommendation from our rector and also vice rector. So we sit together to choose which one the most strategic program that can be developed together with Unit Twin program, with also Sookmyung program. So we propose KKN because that is the thing, the program that we think is strategic and also can be delivered significantly in terms of impact, not only at the national level, but also in the global level. So internally in UGM, we put all the program on the list to see which program that align with the Unit Twin program, and that we make a short list of that, and we see the values of the Unit Twin program and also the goals of the Unit Twin program, and that is the process why we promote the KKN. And also in the conclusion, we also have a high expectation about this program, especially in creating the joint ICT labs in UGM between Sookmyung University and also UGM as a hub that can be accessed by all university in Indonesia, especially the university in the remote area, so they can increase the role of the university among the local community in terms of the information technology for women community. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to wrap up this session. As I close this session, I would like to leave you with this thought. Higher education ODA is not about building buildings. I think it's about building people. When people are built, nations prosper, and then the world become more just and peaceful. Let's give big applause to the presenters and to the audience. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed. it was a session on higher education, which is key to innovation and the global solidarity. Well, this was the final session of our regular sessions. And because the talk was so interesting and exciting, we had to sacrifice a bit of our break time. And we are now going to start our special session in 10 minutes time, as was noted in our program book. So have your 10 minutes break, and we're gonna come back for our final and special session. Thank you. 듭니다. 감사합니다. 교수님 한번 테스트 해보실래요? 교수님 건 안 되는데. 네.
Okay.
Dear participants, can I welcome you back to our final and special session? Thank you again. And now collecting our ideas that we got from this regular sessions, we are now going to have our special session. And this session is chaired by Professor Choi Dong-ju. Professor Choi Dong-ju is serving at the Department of Global Service in Sookmyung Women's University, and he's also an executive director at the Institute of Global Governance. Professor Choi Dong-ju is taking multiple advisory roles in various government ministries in a field of foreign policy, educational ODA, and multilateral cooperation. He also served as a president of Korea's Academic Council on the United Nations System and Korea Association of African Studies. And now, floor is yours.
Thank you for the kind introduction. I'm Dong-ju Choi. I've not been ready for the moderator for the session because I've been quite busy in organizing all these events. But I'm so happy to have my young generation specialists in this field. And today we have three distinguished guests as a speaker at panel. We do have three topics dealing with. One is how the college students render their service in educational ODA field overseas, and the experience and knowledge accumulated from their experience would be shared by speaker. And the other one is kind of deployment policy of young generation as the instructor and trainers in the field. And then lastly, we do have Attorney at Law, Ms. Kwon, on her career in international organization, actually international financial institution, IFI, Asian Development Bank, what she has been working on and what she would like to share with all the audience and participants of this conference. Firstly, you three of you have 10 minutes for your presentation. Then last 10 minutes would be shared with audience in the field, in this floor. All right, please start, Mr. Yoon Jun-ho from Busan National University, and what he has experienced and what he would like to share with you.
So, hello everyone. I'm Junho Yoon, a pre-service teacher from Busan National University College of Education and a proud member of the PNU 6 Overseas Education Volunteer Group. Today, I'm really honored to share a deeply personal story of transformation in Tanzania. To give a little background, our team name is PNU VIT. The VIT stands for Volunteering Teaching in Tanzania. Interestingly, VIT sounds exactly like the Korean word for light, beat. So our name symbolizes the very vision we strive to achieve, to become a light in the places that need it most. Before diving into my story, let me quickly introduce the PNU VIT model to provide some context. This program is highly intensive, 4-week overseas education volunteering initiative involving 22 pre-service teachers from our College of Education. Our strategic location was Moshi in Kilimanjaro, Tanzania. Here is the core of our activity. We delivered science, math, English practicum. Crucially, unlike many other university volunteer programs that focus on general service or cultural exchange, our program is distinct. We deliver our specialized majors exclusively in English. So, what was the driving force behind my decision to join PNU VIT? It was a personal philosophy that an educator can only show students the world they have seen. I believe that I had to intentionally seek the widest possible cultural exposure to become a better, more impactful educator. When selecting an opportunity, I especially demanded an environment where I could challenge and deploy my subject expertise rather than just engaging in simple cultural exchange. PNU VIT offered exactly what I needed for like a month-long major practicum where I could apply, test, and adapt my specialized subject knowledge in unfamiliar African context. For us, preparation was not a just simple phase of service. It was an obsessive pursuit of delivering a meaningful, unprecedented experience. Why did we work so hard? Because our core question was always, how can we deliver a truly meaningful experience to these students? We worried less about our readiness and worried more about impact we would leave behind. To achieve this goal, we faced rigorous preparation. As you can see, this included constant English-speaking practice, analyzing local Tanzanian textbooks and curriculum, and multiple English teaching demonstrations. Crucially, we owned the entire project. PNU VIT members drove the whole process, from fundraising and material creation to planning the Science Open Lab and Culture Day. We were the project leaders from start to finish. Once in the field, our preparation was immediately tested by a stark reality of limitations in infrastructure, language, and culture. First, infrastructure, we faced extreme resource limitations. Our digital materials were neutralized, so we had to rely solely on the chalkboard and hand-drawn visuals. You can see the reality in the image here. Second, language. The core difficulty was the mandate to teach specialized subject in English. Explaining such complex terminology became a huge hurdle. Third, pedagogical gap. Furthermore, the prevalence of teacher-centered instruction meant students were deeply reluctant to participate, resulting in a classroom atmosphere where interaction was incredibly difficult. This combination forced us to completely rewrite our lesson plans every single night. Facing these challenges, I experienced three major breakthroughs, which I will call shifts. The first was the pedagogical shift. We were stuck because the students were passive and silent due to the teacher-centered norms. I needed a creative device to dismantle their fear of expressing opinions. The solution was introducing the 6 thinking hats teaching method, a tool that assigns different roles through colored hats such as emotional thinking or critical thinking. This technique successfully lowered the students' anxiety, allowing them to express opinions freely without fear of being wrong. This result was transformative. The role successfully lowered their inhibitions, and the color added vitality to the monochrome classroom. Watching their passionate debate, I achieved a profound self-realization. As an educator, I learned that engagement is the key to knowledge. The second breakthrough was a perceptual shift. This experience proved that limits of the classroom were defined by teachers' commitment, not the students' ability. Once I prepared a complex science topic, which is climate bottle, and however, upon entering the classroom, I realized the students were deaf. A prejudice immediately struck me that students with disabilities would require simpler content for the lesson to succeed. But I refused to simplify the lesson plan. When verbal communication failed, I completely abandoned words. Instead, I taught the prepared lesson material using only intense body language and nonverbal cues. So as a result, the effort was exhausting, but we achieved the intended lesson objective, and students succeed in completing the complex project. This result shattered my prejudice and profoundly affirmed that the teacher's commitment is more vital than the student's ability. The last shift is culture shift. I learned that true global competence requires adapting to and respecting the local culture rhythm. The problem was my Korean 빨리빨리, which means quickly mindset. It clashed severely with Tanzania cultural norm called pole. And pole means slowly in Swahili. So at first, this caused me frustration, and I felt the students weren't following my expected pace. But then I acknowledged that I was the one who must adapt to their culture, so I restructured the 80-minute class to utilize the time not for speed, but for continuous communication at their pace, building rapport and trust. As a result, the classroom shifted from the teacher-led lecture to a co-created lesson. This taught me profound patience and the critical importance of relational teaching skills. While I felt immense success and joy in classroom, my eyes were open to the structural inequalities that persisted outside of the classroom. This experience redefined my mission. I observed systemic problems, classrooms with no electricity or basic furniture, the prevalence of corporal punishment, unequal treatment of disabled students, and the decreasing ratio of female students in higher grades. My conclusion was clear. They have the same passion, but the only difference is the environment. I realized that my teaching alone, however dedicated, but cannot solve these monumental system gaps. This journey has crystallized into a lifelong professional commitment articulated here in 3 parts. First, my immediate goal is to become certified Education ODA specialist. And second, I aim to join an international organization and contribute to bridging this systemic educational gap through effective policy and implementation. And lastly, I will actively research critical global education issues such as gender and disability in education. Thank you for your attention to my journey from a pre-service teacher to an aspiring ODA specialist. I promise to carry the light I found in Tanzania with me throughout my entire career. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. More than 30 years ago, I was in London to, do my, doctoral program in London. At the time, my academic mentor, Amatria Sen, who is well-known, constructivist, and the Nicholas Onoff of the American University, they two of my academic mentors, claimed that there must be, guarantee for the youth and citizens in developing countries right to secure the right to get access to education, opportunity of education. If it's not guaranteed, then most of projects would be meaning nothing. Then on, UN accepted. Actually, they multiplied by their claims. UN accepted, and then developed up to the stage of new agenda in education field. That is quality education. Not just for the right to get access to the chance to be educated. Then there must be guarantee on quality education. That's the point that Mr. Yoon has shared with us. So we have benefited from our experience, fully supported by Minister of Education and Korean government, to be very much qualified in the process of having our education experience in Korea. Then our youth would like to share the ideas and experience toward the global society. I learned a great deal from your presentation. Thank you. And then next speaker, Ms. Hyuna Lee will deliver her speech on her presentation on how we deploy and how we support as the youth, as the trainers and instructors in some field of education. Please start.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hyuna Lee, and it is truly a pleasure and an honor to be here today. I'd like to share with you the two sides of the host country in the AI era and insights that I gained during my long-term volunteer dispatch. Before I begin, let me briefly introduce myself. I designed what I call the warmest science classes. To me, the word warm has two layers of meaning. It can literally mean warm, but it also means giving students thoughtful, open-ended questions that encourage them to imagine their future. With this philosophy, in 2023, I served as a long-term dispatch teacher in Cambodia through the National Institute for International Education. And I currently work as a science communicator at Korea's first Robot and AI Science Museum. Before talking about my dispatch experience, I'd like to introduce the school where I worked. I served at Tu Tampung High School, a small, aging public school in Phnom Penh. As a public school, many of its students came from families in challenging situations. And even within the capital city, many lived in under-resourced neighborhoods. There, I taught physics and chemistry to 123 eighth grade students. I used many hands-on experiments. You can see some pictures here. And my classes followed three key principles: fun, clarity, and sustainability. First, I thought the class had to be fun. I used various tools, games, and interactive activities. And when I observed local teachers' classes, I noticed that students rarely presented. So in my classroom, I encouraged frequent presentation. The students especially enjoyed experiments that used material easily found in the local market. Let's take a look at example video that I took during my experience.
망고랑 계란으로 관성의 법칙 이해하기. 아침에 달걀을 삶아서 준비해요. 오늘은 관성에 대해서 배워요. Miền cắt 그래. Mình ta đọc. Mình cắt đáp cắt nơi khung đọc. 성공하면 실험에 사용한 지폐 500리에를 주기로 했어요. 넘치는 지원자. 천천히 잡아당겨서 성공. 빠르게 지폐를 뜨면 이번엔 망고를 휴지심 위에 세우고 종이를 빠르게 잡아당겨요. 관성에 의해 망고는 그릇으로 떨어져요. 미안 소피, mình bàn cho mình té, cho mình sụp tròn, 있어 씨, nữ, 몰라 하이. 달걀을 흔들어 보기도 하고 무게를 가늠해보고 달걀을 돌려보기도 합니다. 관성의 효과를 기록하고 달걀을 맛있게 먹고 수업 끝. 망고랑 계란으로 관성의 법칙 이해.
Second, the class had to be clarity. Many students struggled with English, so I continuously studied the local language. On my own, you can see the certificate over there showing that I completed over 80 hours of study. Later in my dispatch, I was able to conduct most of my classes in their languages, which also made it possible to hear more of the students' own thoughts. Let's see the video. Yeah.
지난 시간에 배운 주기율표를 퀴즈로 복습해요. 네? 학생들이 자유롭게 관찰하도록 금속과 비금속을 나누어줘요. 금속과 비금속 블럭도 나누어져요. 학생들은 직접 관찰한 금속과 비금속의 성질을 종이에 적어서 칠판에 붙여요. 학생들이 적은 생각을 바탕으로 개념을 도입하고 교과서에 없더라도 모든 학생의 생각을 존중해요. 금속의 강택과 전기 전도성을 직접 보여주고 비금속까지 정리 후 수업 끝. 네, 여기까지입니다. 금속. Okay. So, third, the class had to be sustainable. For materials that were hard to obtain in Cambodia, I arranged shipment from Korea. That one is a glass tube that allows students to observe free fall motion. And I created an easy-to-find image-based list of those materials and donated all of them to the school. In the end, I translated the experiment guidebook and the donation list into the local language and handed them over to the school. All of these works were really meaningful to me, but still there was a clear reason why I returned it to Korea. Here is a typical Cambodian classroom. Now, let me ask you, how is this different from a classroom in Korea? The school was essentially no digital. There was no air conditioner even on day when temperature went over 40 to 45 Celsius degree. Broken fans were left unrepaired. Electricity was unstable, so blackouts happened often. Lights frequently broke and were never fixed. There was no projector, no TV, no multimedia equipment. There was one interesting thing. Do you know the weakness of laptops? It is heat. Machine breaks easily because of heat. The school had a secret hot room, and it was a room where laptops donated from Japan were stored. Because the room was extremely hot, people believed the laptops would break as soon as they were turned on. Teachers and students were afraid they would be held responsible if something happened. So no one entered the room. It eventually became a mysterious space that nobody used. This experience made me reflect deeply on the real effectiveness of donation and volunteer work. However, there is the other side. The students themselves were highly digital. Before I left Cambodia, they made a video for me. They edited with CapCut. They used Instagram, TikTok, and many different apps every day. They also use smartphone very often. So when I introduced digital-based lessons, the students followed extremely well. For example, we used circuit simulator and 3D virtual granted observation tool. I mainly use digital tools for lessons without fixed answer, classes where they could create, observe, and discover on their own. From the pre- and post-class surveys, students showed higher science scores. Their interest in science and science career also increased. Digital classes, especially, their favorites. What I learned through this experience, I realized that even small action can create big changes for students. And I also gained a strong goal to use digital tools and advanced technology to provide students with the kind of education they truly need for their future lives. This is why I currently work at Science Seoul Robot and AI Museum, helping the public understand advanced AI and robotics in the easiest way. And I'm still looking for answers about the future education.
And someday, I hope to return and become a science teacher again in a developing country with the warmest and most future-focused lessons I can offer. Thank you very much for listening my entire journey. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting. Warm science class. Warm science class. Okay, I learned a great deal. Thank you. And next and last speaker of the day actually, Ms. Kwon Soo-yeon from ADB would like to present her contents.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really excited today to be here today and speaking on the last session on international organization careers. I've learned so much about education and ODA, and especially in this session, it is really inspiring. So I hope you'll be able to get something out of my journey as a lawyer, having worked across various international financial institutions. So you may have seen in my profile, I've been working in development for the past decade. I'm currently working as a counsel, as a lawyer at the Asian Development Bank. But before that, I've worked at the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria based in Geneva. And prior to that, I was with the Green Climate Fund for about 6.5 years. But before I go further, I want to explain that within those organizations, you have different types of lawyers. So you have lawyers working on corporate matters, means like you have lawyers working on HR, policy, on governance. But today I'm presenting from a perspective of a projects lawyer. It means like I'm deeply involved in all the projects that we've been talking about today. And one defining feature of being a development projects lawyer is the breadth of country that you're exposed to. So here I've listed a list of country that I've covered or I'm currently covering. And in blue are the countries that I've visited and had projects implemented. And it's just not a tick of a box type of exercise just going to those countries, but it's also understanding, the legal framework, the political context, so that I'm able to properly advise on an effective implementation of the project. And across all these organizations, I've had the opportunity to work in a wide range of financial instruments, because it's not only about the sector, but it's also about what kind of instrument you're using. And all of them use different kinds of instruments. So it can be a loan, it can be a grant, it can be a guarantee, technical assistance, or also an equity that I work with in the context of a private sector operation. But I would like to say that one noticeable trend that I'm seeing in ODA is that it doesn't really matter about the financing, but it's just generally becoming more innovative and catalytic. So as an example, it can be a simple, we call it a simple grant, but a grant project can be structured in a way to leverage private sector or incentivize policy reforms. And this is reflecting of countries wanting solutions that are not only impactful, but also sustainable, scalable, with a strong country ownership. And each of those financing instruments is tied to the mission of the organization. And I wanted to stop a bit here because, as you know, the Asian Development Bank is a multilateral development bank, and was created. It has a longer history than the two organizations I work for, and has a broader mandate. So it's created to achieve a prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable Asia and the Pacific. Whereas the two other funds have a niche mission. So the Global Fund, obviously, to end the epidemics of those 3 diseases and to strengthen health system. And the Green Climate Fund, which was created to pursue a low emission, climate resilient development pathways for developing countries. And all those 3 contribute to a global development. But they also operate similarly and quite differently. And this is where I wanted to spend a bit of time to question ourselves, what are those differences? One, obviously, is a bank, and 2 are funds. And this has actually, in my opinion, has a significant implication, particularly on how they're governed, what type of money they're receiving, and who they can finance, rather than what they can finance. One of the key distinction is that, for example, the Asian Development Bank is what we call a treaty-based organization, while the Global Fund and the Green Climate Fund are not. Let me explain and spend some time on it. So ADB was created in 1966 under the agreement establishing the Asian Development Bank, which is a treaty signed by countries, and we call it member countries. Today, we have 69 members spread across the region, but it also includes countries like the US, and Japan, European countries, as well as Korea. It's a mix of countries, and as a bank, it operates with a shareholding system. So you have a list of non-borrowing shareholders and borrowing shareholders, and voting power is based on the capital of each of the countries' contribution. Because of this structure and operating as a bank, ADB is able to provide all those financing I've presented on a long-term and a very predictable basis. Unlike ADB, the Green Climate Fund and the Global Fund, first, they're relatively new to the scene, so they're about 10 years and 20 years respectively, and they operate on what we call a replenishment cycle. So donor countries, and in some cases, foundations such as the Gate Foundation and private sector, they pledge money for a defined period that those institutions are using to finance the projects. For example, for the GCF, we'll be financing for a period of 4 years, and in their last replenishment, they were able to mobilize 12.8 billion. The Global Fund will be financing for a period of 3 years, and they have in the last replenishment cycle mobilized 15.7 billion. The other difference because of this replenishment cycle means also that these institutions are more attuned to the donors' appetite and the emerging trends of the needs of the countries. One other striking difference between the fund and the bank is also who can receive those funding. So the Green Climate Fund has about 158 accredited entities. Those are entities that vary from UN entities, local NGOs, to banks. They also have accredited entities such as KOICA in Korea, KDB. And these are the entities, unlike when you are becoming a recipient of, for ADB, only countries can access ADB funding. These entities can receive the Green Climate Fund funding. I would say the Global Fund is somewhere in between, where it's primarily recipients are countries, but UN entities and NGOs can also access the funding through the Global Fund. Having said that, I think whether you're working for a bank or a fund, each of those institutions play an essential role in the broader ecosystem where we're trying to make this world a better place. And I believe all of us, regardless of the institution, whether you're an education specialist or a lawyer like me, I think we're ultimately working for solving complex challenges together and to make this place a better place. So thank you very much for listening to this last presentation. I remain available for any comments. If you want to reach out to talk about any of those organizations, please do feel free to reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you for the excellent presentation on how Ms. Kwon has been working on in the field. You might feel quite strange that the lawyer is doing some critical role in ODA field. We call this era, in terms of the research for diplomacy, revolution in diplomatic affairs. Okay, the one is polylateral diplomacy. One aspect is that emerging aspect. The other one is para-diplomacy. Away from para-diplomacy, what is polylateral diplomacy? In interactive, diplomatic linkage and interactions between the counterparts. In the center of polylateral diplomacy, in this diplomatic revolution era, is epistemic community. Epistemic community is what? The specialist and experts, like, you know, Lawyer Kwon is doing now. So that shows up and that has, you know, proven that the critical role has been done by our, you know, member of the epistemic community from Korea. Then I had learned, you know, a great deal from her presentation. All right, we have all three speakers with very, you know, critical contents. Then I would like to open to the floor to have some questions against, you know, contents provided by the speakers. Once you raise the question against them, please identify yourself first, then deliver what you would like to, you know, ask. Is there any? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you for giving me the lessons. And I'm from Rajagiri Business School, India, and I'm very glad to hear this speech. And my question goes to the second speaker, Ms. Lee Hyuna. And I'm also have been working in India last 2 decades. So I saw how the teachers take classes for children in the developing countries. So many teachers just make the students memorize the knowledge in the textbooks, but unlike you, it seems they have a low skill to teach their students, making them interested. So my first question is, how can you develop your teaching skill, and making very experimental? And second, I also want to hear your opinion that importance of training teachers in developing countries. Like you are very good communicator, so I think if there are many teachers in the developing countries use the same method to make students engaged and experimental, I think it's more effective. So I want to hear your comments on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other question? We have all the questions, then we come up to the answers. No other questions? Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm Sang-Kyung from Yonsei University. I'd like to question to the first presenters. Sorry, I forgot your name. In my opinion, in my experience, the kind of pole culture, the slow mindset on time, is quite common among the developing countries. So one of my consideration is that, is it a kind of phenomenon of developing countries or not? So my question is, do we have to only adapt those kind of culture, or at the same time try to change a little bit, at least a little bit, when we doing this kind of development assistant? And my second question is to Lawyer Kwon. So in terms of kinds of IMF or World Bank, there are so many blames. They only remain some debt among the third world or developing countries. So how about how about the ADB? How could you evaluate the positive or negative results of this multilateral bank institution have affected among the Asian Pacific countries? Thank you. And if I can adding one more question, how do you judge the changing the regional tendency of financial development comparing to AIIB of China, comparing your institution? Thank you very much.
Any other question, please? Okay.
Yeah, just one quick question. What is the benefits does Korea gain when you implement all this inspiring program for other countries? Thank you.
All right, thank you for the people who raised the questions from the floor. Who would go first? Yes, please.
Oh, yeah. Let me give you the answer of the first question. In 2018, when I was a pre-service teacher, I went to Ethiopia and Vietnam as a volunteer teacher. And from that experience, I noticed I need to study more to teach naturally in developing country. So I went to the United States to study language as an exchange student, and I also started to work at multicultural community as a volunteer teacher again, and I tried my best to teach some multicultural-based students. And also, I bought lots of science experimental book to Cambodia. I guess it's more than 5 books. It was too heavy. And I watched lots of science YouTube also. And let me give you the second answer of the second question. Honestly, I tried to open kind of like workshop for local teachers, and I asked them to come and join. But honestly, I failed because they're too busy to come to my workshop, and also maybe they just refused to learn something new. So in my personal opinion, it's really important to teach developing countries teachers, but at the same time, we need to coordinate together and make a more strategy to let the local teachers feel that they need to be learned and they want to deliver the better classes there by own, I think. Thank you for asking me the question.
Thank you so much. Mr. Yoon?
Yeah, I agree that pole is really common culture in Africa or Asian country, solely culture. I said I adapt to their culture, but honestly, I have to say we met in the middle to find a solution, because it was the problem, clearly problem if the students were late about 20 minutes for the class, but I meant they need much more time to receive the knowledge to make it their own own knowledge. So I replanned the lesson and I just repeat and use other supportive material to make it easier for the students. Thank you.
Ms. Kono, would you come up with the reaction?
Thank you very much. Yes, for the question. And I would like, with a disclaimer, this is my personal view and not of the view of the ADB. But I wanted to start maybe by differentiating World Bank, IMF, and ADB. As you know, World Bank and ADB are multilateral development banks, and I think the nature of the mandate is very different from IMF. But if I can come in and compare ADB and World Bank, I think the regional coverage makes a difference. I think ADB covers Asia and the Pacific, and for each of the country, there is a country classification. So if the country's debt distress is too high to borrow loans, then ADB takes a very conservative approach. The country cannot borrow loans. So these types of country will get grants. I think with those classification and a very conservative approach, being culturally more of an Asian bank than a worldwide bank, we were able to have more reserves, let's put it that way, than World Bank. It is only very recent, and I think this is why it was a very critical question. So these organizations are governed by a charter, and it's very difficult to deviate from the charter. And our charter was limiting, to some extent, the money that we could use, simply put. And it was only recently, I think a couple of weeks ago, that we amended the charter to be able to do more operations in the coming years. So I think from that perspective, it's to be assessed. But the main reason why ADB was in a better position than other MDBs was because of all those restrictions in the regional context. Regarding AIIB, so I have worked in what we call more of a startup international organization. And at this point, it's very difficult to compare AIIB to ADB, I think in two fronts, because of the history that ADB has in the region. But secondly, because of the widespread projects that ADB implements. So AIIB is very focused on the private sector, on infrastructure, whereas ADB does a wide range from education to water sanitation, to transport, to finance. It also does budget support. It has like a varied lending modality. So at this point, it's really hard to assess what, if it will become a competitor to ADB. And I would like to add maybe a slight comparison to those two institutions is that ADB has highly decentralized. It means that I'm currently based in Manila in the Philippines, but all our operations, projects people are on the ground in the developing countries. So we have many resident missions, whereas AIIB, as far as I understand, is mainly based in Beijing and operating in various countries, but doesn't have the connection and that ADB has built throughout the 60+ years of operation. And I think there was a last question, but if you can repeat your question, I think it would be really helpful for me to be able to respond.
Yes, I believe that your country really proud of three of you because your inspiring program that you implemented overseas. I'm just curious, have you ever reflected after you have been doing a lot of program, that's really strategic, inspiring. What is the benefit for your country from Korea after you've been traveling around, after you've been work overseas? I just want to get the message from your activity. So I would just want to share that with the young generations in Indonesia. So please do. Thank you.
Oh, no, thank you very much. If I may start, since I have the mic. I think for Koreans, it's especially rewarding because we were a beneficiary to those ODA. And now I'm in a position, through the education, through everything that Korea has built on so far to be able to give back. And especially when I was living in Senegal, one of the speech that we had is in the 50s and the 60s, Senegal was richer than Korea, and the same with the Philippines. Philippines was richer than Korea, and now we're in a position where we have so much to share. So from my perspective, even though development work is very to some extent hard because of the challenges that people have been explaining today, I think it's really rewarding, especially for Koreans, because of the history that we have.
Excellent question. I have nothing to say additionally. Thank you. All right, it's time to wrap up of the session. I felt a lot. Contents presented by speakers, all those are based on their true experience, real experiences, not this kind of normative or something very intangible. It was true story, right? It was great for us to share the experience. All right, thank you for the presenters and speakers and, the person from the floor raising the questions. And as an organizer of this conference, fully sponsored by Ministry of Education of Korea, I would like to give my gratitude to some parts. First of all, Ministry of Education, thank you so much for your full, sponsorship for this, meaningful conference. And I would like to give my, appreciation to NRF. NRF is very kind in organizing this conference, and there it has been a full support from NRF as well. And participants, yes, and audience, yes. And in addition, I would like to give my, appreciation to PCO, POD, for their, perfect preparation and, well organized, very kind, construction of the all this conference. Thank you so much for that. I would like to have you guys in the street and even in the industry, even in the, any spot of the globe, to have and share our ideas in the field in coming future. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members of the epistemic community. And well, this morning I shared the World Bank estimates about the potential productivity that we are losing in the global south because we do not have full health and schooling. And today's all of these sessions, and particularly these sessions, echoed what the estimate talked about, the importance of the quality education and the role of development cooperation in it. Well, now the 12th Conference on Education ODA is coming to an end, almost, which was hosted by Ministry of Education and organized by the National Research Fund of Korea and Sookmyung Women's University. And to close today's event, let me, for my last duty, invite Director Sookmyung at the Ministry of Education. Please join me in welcoming Director Sookmyung.
Good afternoon. My name is Sookmyung Shin, and I work in the Ministry of Education as a director of Education Globalization Division. First of all, thank you so much for staying to the end, and for your attention and for the most active participation. Sometimes we have many questions in each session. I'm very happy to this kind of active discussion. Sometimes we are embarrassed when we don't have a question. So thank you so much again for your active participation. I hope this conference can make you a chance to understand what kind of ODA project has been implemented under the Ministry of Education. As well as a project run by Ministry of Education, we have a lot of KOICA project and EDCF project by Korea Exim and Exim Bank. So through this project, I hope you can understand which area has Korean expertise to work with other country, and especially these days international interest in Korean education and the request to the collaboration with Korean institution is growing, and the request is more becoming more and more specific and in detail. So I think it's time to our Korean institution and professionals to be ready to work with international agencies more actively. And as we know that Korea has very invaluable and invisible asset that we make the accomplishment from out of nothing. So many countries can be inspired by Korean experience. So we want to share this experience more visible way. To do that, we have to research about what's the success story, reason of success, and then what's our trials and error. So I would like to invite our researchers, professors to join this the rewarding work, to work with the other countries' education sector, and especially invite our young generation to work. Consider your career in working in international organization and international sector. So as Professor Choi mentioned that the last session was most interesting and very inspiring session. So we are very proud of our young generations had work with in the international setting this confidently and with expertise. So maybe we can know that they accumulated their expertise through their experience. So we cannot go that position at once. Through the many experiences from students and the researchers, and then living in other countries, then make you more confident and more a professional for that position. So thank you for all the participants and audience to make this event more insightful. So our Ministry of Education trying our best to support more this rewarding work, and inviting our Korean institutions and especially universities to join the international organization work and international agencies, this kind of consulting work. And our young generation can be part of this work. Thank you so much, and thank you so much, and I wish we can continue this cooperation together. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sookmyung, for the encouragement and the closing remarks that highlighted the role of Korea and particularly the youth in Education ODA. And now this is seriously my last duty. Now this is all that we prepared for this year's talk. And soon you are going to have the QR code. And we would like to know how you felt about this year's conference. Your feedback is going to help us design the similar conference next year and on. Thank you very much, and go well.